This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, good morning, boys and girls. Hope all is well. Hope everything is sounding good. Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend, is driving the program and mastering the entire platform. It's Wednesday. All right, we got a loaded show for you today. Obviously, we are warming up the seat for the boys inside the paint. Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, 1 hour of hardcore basketball talk. So I'm sure the Kyrie Irving stuff, LeBron James breaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record, and will the Heat actually make the right trade, which I know they won't make the right trade. The Dolphins didn't make the right trade 2 years ago, and it's a tough move, but, you know, I get it. You know, I understand that, you know, fans sometimes like to live in fantasy land at times. And unfortunately, I think the Heat organization is living in fantasy land currently at this time. And so we'll see. I haven't heard anything about Jimmy Butler being moved. So, you know, it's so simple to say, oh, let's move Kyle Lowry. And now that he's injured and, you know, you're trading for a paperweight. You know, basically, that's what Kyle Lowry is. He's a paperweight at this point. Anyway, so we'll see. We'll talk to the guys. Heat back in action tonight. Sean, the Heat are favored by 6.5 points tonight. You know what I say about that kind of investment? That's not a good investment. Actually, the better investment is to take the Pacers plus 6.5. That's the better investment, okay? Are we sure everybody's playing tonight, or how many? We know Lowry's out, Depot's out. Who else is out? Jimmy going to rest today? Take the Pacers plus 6.5 is what I would do. I would never lay 6.5 for the Heat. No. I don't know if we'll get something in the postseason that looks completely different than this. I hope so. I'm hoping this is, you know, a Jekyll and Hyde type of thing. You know what I mean? So I don't know. What can I tell you? But we'll find out. We'll see the boys. We'll be talking, I'm sure, about any other trades that are going on. And I've got some stuff that I want to talk about with Kyrie Irving that we'll get to on the show later on after the boys are done. By the way, Matt Verderam is set to join us at 11. Our redrecover.com huddle with Matt Verderame. So we'll bounce around the NFL. We'll get Super Bowl talk with him. Obviously, he's a big Kansas City fan. And, I got to tell you something. I was hanging out with Matt, right? We went to lunch and everything over at the Senior Bowl. And he took me to a really cool barbecue place that I had never been to. So it's actually really good. And he lives in Chicago. I thought, Sean, didn't you think that Matt lived in Kansas City? Isn't that what you thought? He was a Kansas City. He lives in Chicago, bro. So he's a Kansas City fan, but he lives in Chicago. I didn't realize that. He goes, "No, man, I live in Chicago." And I go, "Oh, dude, I always thought you were in Kansas City." So we'll get his thoughts on the Super Bowl, Kansas City angle, all that kind of stuff. And we'll bounce around and talk about all kinds of different NFL subjects, and we'll have some fun. Also, my buddy Eric Edholm from NFL.com, NFL draft analyst. I've had him on many times over the years. He was at the Senior Bowl the entire week. That hardcore sumbitch stayed through the game. I mean, I saw his tweet on Saturday, and it was at the end of the game, everything sundown, and he takes a picture of the field and says, "See you next year." And I'm like, holy crap, my man stayed all the way through the game. That is hardcore. So Eric was there for all the practices, the game. So we'll get his thoughts on the entire breakdown draft-wise, what he likes there. He'll join us at noon. So we'll have a little fun with Eric. So we got a loaded show for you. I got a bunch of subjects that I want to talk about today on the program. A bunch of NFL stuff. Got some Canes stuff. The Canes. Manny told us about Lance Guidry yesterday. So they ended up hiring Ron Guidry's little brother. No, it's a lie. Relax. Most of you that are too young, you don't even know who Ron Guidry is. If you're old enough to know Ron Guidry, then it's a joke. Relax. It's not really true. But the former Tulane coach gets hired, and let me talk a little bit about that, because before we get the guys on, so I don't know how good this guy Lance Guidry is going to be, but it shows you the things and how it changes. Because I remember there was a coach, and he turned out to be kind of a bad dude, but I remember he got really criticized back in the day because he went from Pitt to Arizona or something, and then somebody poked him right away from where he was at and left within a week or two of being hired. And people say, "Wow, how can you do that?" Well, in today's world, that's normal. And Lance Guidry was hired by Tulane 2 weeks ago because he was Marshall's defensive coordinator. So he had only been there for 2 weeks, and Miami came and stole him from him. It's not like he was there for a year or 2 or 3, building up his resume and all that, and then moving on. No, he just got hired to what he thought was a step up from Marshall to Tulane, obviously, because I'm sure Tulane was paying more money. And then here comes, you've got your defensive coordinator for 2 weeks, and here comes Miami picking him apart. You know what I mean? And it's just one of those deals that this is part of life now. This is the way it goes, and it kind of sucks. You know what I'm saying? It sucks for all universities, because look at the University of Miami. So they lose a guy in Alabama, and they say, well, we got to replace him, so let's pluck him from Miami. And so the bigger fish eats the smaller fish. That's just the way it goes. Miami is not a big fish yet. Mario has not built the program up to be the big fish to say, why am I leaving? I got a great job here. I can make as much money as anywhere else. That's not the case. Now, they did have to pay a $500,000 buyout. What I am interested in, if you paid a $5,000 buyout to Tulane, right, what did Alabama pay you to get Kevin Steele, right? I would hope that there was a buyout for that one too. So $500K they pay. Marshall, by the way, last year was number 6 defense in the nation. Now, it depends on who you play, but still his defense played well, allowing 16 points per game. 8th nationally with 294 yards per game, 13th in sacks, 27th versus the pass. Now, remember, we had a guy that kind of came under the radar too, that Manny Diaz brought in as an offensive coordinator, and we all ended up falling in love with the guy, right? Now he's at SMU. Well, okay, I mean, I kind of get the feeling that this can happen again with a guy like this, that maybe this is just one of those up-and-coming coaches, and Tulane eyed him from Marshall, and obviously Mario was tracking him along the way, and here he is. So we'll find out. I mean, look, it sucks to lose Kevin Steele. The fact that Saban has taken him, that tells you a lot. That tells you that, you had a good coach there. So at least you have to feel good that Mario is hiring the right people. Okay? You have not gotten the program to the point that you're going to lose less of those kind of coaches, and that's why you're losing them. But this is part of the process, and we talked about this yesterday. I don't feel sorry for Mario. This is part of the game. You're going to lose people, and you're going to lose good people because other people are going to want them because they're damn good and they're willing to pay. So you've got to be smart enough to be able to replace them. You got to be talented enough and connected enough to be able to replace them. And so we'll see if Lance, and it's not like, I know last year the defense didn't play well, but again, it kind of goes to, you got to have the ammunition in order to, execute at times. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. They're warming the seat up and getting ready for Inside the Paint, our redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. Remember, the wraps right now are 30% off. I don't know how long, and then it goes back to 10. So you had time for 50. Now you're only going to have a certain amount of time for 30. So go to redrecover.com if you're looking for shoulder, neck, back, knees, ankles, feet, you name it, man. My wife, she's a teacher, standing all day. She uses those feet wraps every single night, man, and it just alleviates and, kind of gets everything going, and recovery and blood and everything in all your joints. It doesn't matter whether it's your knees or neck or back. When you got that stiffness, redrecover.com can help you out with that. All right, boys, good morning. How you all doing?
Welcome to the eve of the trade deadline. The Heat out front with one of the first moves, and I think it's going to be an interesting time, maybe for what happens or what doesn't happen, or setting up the summer. But it's an interesting confluence. You have a record-breaking moment from LeBron. You have the eve of the NBA trading deadline. And I just think today, as much as any day, we're really going to go to the chat board heavy. So, folks, if you're online already, you want to ask us a question. Usually I don't go to trade rumors, but Big O, I think this time of year, that's all everyone wants to talk about.
Okay, but let me ask you something. When I saw the Dedmon move and I see they go under the cap, that's fantastic for them. Great, whatever. But in the end, if I'm looking at it from the outsider's point of view, I'm thinking, well, if Dedmon didn't act like an a-hole and you didn't have that whole altercation, maybe you're just moving him at the deadline with something else. The fact that now it became an albatross on your team and you weren't playing him, you didn't really want him around, and everybody else knew it, now you've got to lose a second rounder in order to get rid of him. So I kind of find that as a negative, too, at the same time, because you had to give up draft capital just to get someone off because they became a problem.
Yeah, I think it goes back to more than being a problem, being an ineffective player. I think when the Heat re-signed Dwayne Dedmon in the offseason, they looked at him as a trade sweetener, as, hey, we can get a backup center to another team, someone who was relatively effective last season and did something. It was a miscalculation on the contract, more than the Theragun, more than the one-game suspension. He just became a very not good NBA player, and I think that's where the miscalculation was. The thought always all along was Dwayne's salary added to someone as a sweetener to reach the number you need for matching salaries would also give a team looking for a center something. They'd move in Omer Yurtseven as the primary backup, but Dwayne has been between so bad and so terrible this season that even before the Spoelstra incident, there was no market for him. And the fact they couldn't aggregate him somewhere just tells you that no one wanted to take him on as a player. If it hasn't happened already, it will. The Spurs will waive him. Then it's going to be very interesting, Big O. Does anyone pick him up? Last year when the Heat traded KZ Okpala to get off salary, no one picked him up right away for the rest of the season. 2 years ago, a little bit different circumstance when the Heat traded Myers Leonard to free up salary room for Trevor Ariza. No one picked him up on the buyout market. It'll be very interesting to see if anyone picks up Dwayne Dedmon on the buyout market. As long as he's signed by March 1st, he does become playoff eligible.
All right, Kurt, one more thing before I let you guys go. I say you got to trade Butler now. I think that contract is going to become just a problem over the next 3 years. This is the last time I think you're going to be able to get something significant. I don't believe that he can acquire anything to make them contenders. I think, dumping Lowry would be a miracle, but if you could get picks for Butler, I would move. How about you? I'd start building around Bam and Tyler. Your thoughts on that?
I don't think that's a bad idea, but that's a summer move. Like, if you try to do that at the deadline, it's kind of like the Kevin Durant talk, and obviously Heat fans will be into that. That is not going to happen at the trade deadline. That is, you lose. You don't. If you make that kind of move at the deadline, you end up like the Kyrie thing, where, man, Brooklyn didn't get equal value back. They were happy to move on, but I just think if you're going to do that, you try it over the summer. If you decide that's the direction you got to go, and it might, I think it's a pretty good idea, but you got to shop it this summer when there's going to be teams looking for that kind of star. Right now, what are you going to get, the Lakers picks? I don't even think they'd give them up. So, I just don't think you can do it under the pressure. But interesting idea. I don't know. The question to Ira is, would Pat Riley do that? Would he be willing to move on?
You know what? I'll address it at the start of the show. And my question will be, would anyone take Jimmy Butler with all the baggage? Not Kyrie Irving level, but there's a lot there. We'll get into that on redrecover.com inside the paint.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of questionable decisions by the Heat over the last couple of years. They've kind of been their own worst enemy at times. The Inside the Paint show, brought to you by redrecover.com, is next.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. NBA fans, it's time for the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com helps pros and everyday warriors heal on the go with our medical-grade, highly specialized devices designed for each area of the body. Use code BIG-O to get a 10% discount. Let's hit the hardwood with some of the best insiders in the NBA. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin.
Welcome in for our final show, not final show, but final show before Thursday's NBA trading deadline. That deadline is 3 p.m. on Thursday. We'll have a better sense of where the league stands then. We'll have a better sense going into the buyout market. Obviously, an interesting week in the NBA with LeBron setting the record. We'll try to get to that later. This is the one show for people who say, hey, you don't answer trade questions. Why don't you take them? Send them to us. I'm going to go back and forth to the chat board here. You can find it on our YouTube channel. Feel free to smash like buttons along the way. I'll get into it with Kurt Helin. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel. He's Kurt Helin from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com. Kurt, people make their living in our business putting out rumors, creating conjecture, starting conversation. And it's all well and good. But tomorrow sort of is truth or dare moment for the NBA. So let me start with you with this. Do you expect an active NBA trading deadline tomorrow by the 3 p.m. Thursday Eastern deadline?
I expect to see a decent number of moves, but they're all going to be, from here on out, relatively minor. I mean, maybe a John Collins, maybe a Bogdanovich, but I think it's going to be more. I don't know that you're going to see an all-star move now as after the Kyrie thing. I just don't think you're going to see, maybe Mike Conley, I guess, is technically an all-star, but I don't think you're going to see anything of note, and it's going to be a little disappointing. I don't think the only deal that moved the needle already happened.
And that being, of course, the Dwayne Dedmon deal. No, of course, the Kyrie Irving deal to Dallas. And I get that, which again was interesting. because I think, Kurt Heelan, you would agree, it sort of was pennies on the dollar for what we thought. For a player like Kyrie Irving and, they're going to get the world, they're going to get whatever they want back. Dorian Finney-Smith, nice 3-and-D player, one of the best defensive wings in the league. No issue with that. Spencer Dinwiddie, no one's idea of an all-star. I think it's safe to say we probably will never see Spencer Dinwiddie in an all-star game. A first-round pick so far out in the future, in 2029, we don't know what the league is going to be or what that value is going to be in the future. I think the thought was whether it was the Durant trade rumors or the Kyrie trade rumors in the offseason or going forward, you would at least have to get an all-star in return. So I'm curious to follow it up, Kurt Heelan, with this. We saw the Rudy Gobert trade in the offseason, and we thought that, quote, set the bar. 3 first-round picks for an all-star level talent, and you build players off of there. Has that bar been reset? Do you think for all the consternation, Rudy, it's too much, you can't make trades, and they did to a degree, the Timberwolves freeze the market. Do you think Kyrie unfreezes the market?
I don't know if he unfreezes the market, but I think, first off, Gobert was the outlier. Like that, people look back on that now and they're like, all those picks, all those swaps, plus all the, the players to match the salary for what exactly, by the way, if you go watch Minnesota right now.
Yeah.
They've been playing a little better lately, but that's Anthony Edwards. That's not anything else. The market has come back off of that, but I think this is almost an overcorrection the other way in that Brooklyn wanted players who could help now. They were not going to take, again, everybody talks about the Lakers 2 picks and Westbrook. That does not help you win right now. You can watch the Lakers last night, like I did in person. Like Westbrook does not help you win games, man. That wasn't going to help them. But the other part of it was there was no market. It just, in this case, where you knew you're either paying for a rental or you've got to pay him this summer. Nobody really wanted to pay him this summer. Nobody wanted to pay him more than a year this summer. And so I think in this case in particular, there just wasn't a market. And so they took the best offer probably on the table. We could debate, what the Suns might have had, but it was probably the best offer on the table for a team trying to win now, and said, hey, they're counting on some addition by subtraction, aren't they, Ira?
Yeah. It's just that they're sort of moving off a problem, and I get that. I'm going to go back and forth between the big name and the small name thing. On our crosstalk, we start early here on Wednesdays, 9 a.m. on our RedRecover.com inside the paint, or as Kurt likes to say, in the LA area at 6 a.m. And obviously, Big O is a little over cafecitoed this morning, and I understand that when he mentioned the Jimmy Butler trade. The point I made in our crosstalk, and Kurt had a very good point. 2 things. Big trades can happen far easier in the offseason for multiple reasons. A new salary cap. You're working under the new salary cap calendar, which tends to be larger, number 1. Number 2, you can carry as many as 20 players in the offseason, a maximum of 15 of standard contract during the season. That matters because if you put all these extra salaries in and get a 4-for-1 trade, in the offseason, fine. You go to 19, 20 players, you're good. During the regular season, you then might have to cut players who you believe are contributors. So this whole notion of selling off players to another team that's under the tax or under the cap, well, that team has to want to get rid of one of their 15 players, one of their 14 players, depending how many they take in. So I agree, Kurt, that a lot of the stuff we're talking about, the big deals, you just can't do right now.
Yeah.
Do it around the draft when you know what your pick is. For example, I don't foresee the Heat going in the lottery, but the Heat do have their own pick. So people want to know, hey, the Miami Heat's 2023 first-round pick, is it going to be 25? Is it going to be 20? Is it going to be 15? You want a better sense. You have that around the draft. You can have a team draft for you. You can then make that trade July 1st and have that player move to you. We see so many times during the draft, wait a minute with that hat. You're not going to be playing for that team. So I agree. Kurt, do you have any other sort of explanations for folks out there as to why it's just easier to make the mega deal in the offseason?
You also, after July 1st, you gain a draft pick that you can trade. Now, right now, the farthest out anybody can go is 2029.
Right. After
July 1st, that becomes 30-30, so that becomes an extra pick. And by the way, you mentioned how far out the pick was for in the Kyrie Irving trade. It's not a coincidence. Every one of the picks that moved in that deal is after Luka Doncic's contract ends. Now, he probably resigns, but I'd like, I'll take the chance he might not. I think the other thing is just the lack of pressure in the deadline sense. Like, there is a true hard deadline Friday. Tomorrow, Friday. There's Thursday, a true hard Thursday, but tomorrow there's a true. Sorry, I was up late last night. There's a hard deadline. That doesn't happen in the summer. Hey, we can talk about this a little while longer. We can come.
Right.
You've got more time to play teams off of each other if you're trying to make a trade. You've got more time to explore this stuff. So I think just that lack of pressure and a little more time. But I think you hit the nail on the head with the big one, which is more money, more roster spots. That allows so much more flexibility.
So much more maneuverability. You can draw a third team in. They won't be on the phone with another team. So I think it's easier.
Yeah.
The point that Big O was making is with Jimmy Butler aging and the Heat apparently not looking, at least right now, the way they're playing in a championship moment, maybe you can move Jimmy. Jimmy is not as toxic as Kyrie Irving. But Jimmy burned bridges with Fred Hoiberg in Chicago, with the locker room in Minnesota. Didn't make so many friends in Philadelphia that he mocked them keeping Tobias Harris over him when the Heat beat the Sixers in last season's playoffs. Is Jimmy Butler the kind of player, if the Heat were to quietly put on the market, 29 other teams go, let me consider that? Or would it be a much smaller interest base there, Kurt Helin?
I think it'd be a little bit smaller, mostly because there's a lot of teams that just aren't looking to win or win that fast, or where they don't really need that position. But I think there'd be a lot of teams interested just because he is still – I don't think the market's as big as people, Heat fans, might like, or as lucrative in return, because he's missed a lot of time. He hasn't been able to – I don't know. He's able to, and we've talked about it on here, there are stretches for the playoffs where he can play like a top 10 player in the league. But you don't really get that for the full 82. You're kind of managing him for 82 to get him healthy and ready for that Jimmy that we see in splashes during the season. I need him. A lot of teams, I need him for that final 16, and the Heat can kind of balance that way and get there. But there's a lot of teams that are going to need, you need him for that first 82, or
to get
you end up as the 6th seed or the 7th seed where you don't want to be.
No, and I get that. By the way, we'll get to a whole bunch of questions. I got a lot more I want to get to here, but I want to be fair. I said we would go to the chat board. Here's one that came in really interesting. This is from Alexis. And the question here had included a very unique misspelling. So the actual question I have here, I'm going to read it as written. Does Lousy get moved? Now, I assume that's a typo, and we're referring to Kyle Lowry. So that is not editorializing on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint by Kurt Helin or Ira Winderman. That might have been Alexis's typo. If not, feel free to fix your question. We're going to get to this later in the show also. The short answer, Kurt Helin, do you expect Kyle Lowry to be a member of the Miami Heat after 3 p.m. Eastern on Thursday?
Yes. I don't think there's a market for him at that salary with a fully guaranteed season after this.
And the Heat already saying he's going to miss the next 3 games as he has his knee checked, whether it has to get drained, whether Eric Spoelstra said no procedure is needed. But it's not like the Clippers or the Timberwolves or I need a point guard now team on Thursday can trade for Kyle Lowry and on Friday can get him in the starting lineup. So they're in the waiting game they've been in all season. The Clippers have been dying to get a true point guard in there game by game by game. And the Clippers are a team that spent the whole season waiting on Kawhi, the whole season waiting on Paul George, who's missed 17 games. So I just don't know if they're going to do that. Anyway, we'll get back to Kyle Lowry. There's a lot of other levels there, but I want to be fair to our chat board. So Sneak Attack 305 says, I think Gabe Vincent is a great player. All right, you can ask your question how you want for us to move forward with Bam and Hero. That's why the Lowry departure would be great to give Gabe more playing time. But who backs up Gabe at the point? Okay. Sneak Attack, a whole bunch of things. I'm not so sure that Gabe Vincent is a starting level NBA point guard. He had his playoff minutes last year when Kyle Lowry was out. But I would find it hard to believe that Pat Riley and Andy Ellisberg and Adam Simon in the Heat front office would sit there and go, okay, let's replot our future. Gabe Vincent, next 5 years, he's going to be a free agent. We're going to take care of him. Kurt, you know this more. You're around the league. You see the breadth and scale of point guards around this league. And I know you're also a big West Coast Hoops fan, you and Cal Santa Barbara fan. But if I were to tell you that Gabe Vincent is the Miami Heat's plan going forward for the balance of this season and the future as their starting point guard, your reaction would be?
Yikes. Maybe yikes overstates it, because I'm with you. I think he's a good, solid, quality NBA rotation player who can, if your point guard is out, can give you 15 games as a starter, and you're not going to fall off a cliff. But I don't think he's on a team where the Heat wants to be. I'm just not sure he's your starting point guard, right? Like, I'm just not sure.
Yeah, I'd agree
he's
with
the
that.
Guy
and then,
that guy.
It's really interesting. The Heat moved off of Goran Dragic in favor of Kyle Lowry because they wanted a true point guard, an NBA-level playmaker who sees the play ahead of time. Again, we've spoken about this. Big O has spoken for years about either you're an innate NFL quarterback or not. And that you could take Ryan Tannehill, the college wide receiver, convert it to a quarterback, but he's never going to have that innate feel. You've seen this out in LA, whether Chris Paul was there, you see it in the great point guards. They see the play ahead of time. Great point guards play chess and not checkers. I think if you go back to a Gabe Vincent, who started his career as a three-point specialist and shooter, you're never going to have that innate point guard. Also, he's valuable as a backup point guard. That's a genuine NBA position.
Yes.
Right now, if I'm moving Gabe into my starting lineup, which they will have to at least the next 3 games, I don't think Victor Oladipo is an innate point guard. I don't think Tyler Hero is an innate point guard. And I wanted to touch on that real quick, and I know I'm all over the place this morning. Kurt, my thought is if you're giving Tyler Hero significant minutes at point guard, you're retarding his growth overall down the road. Your thought on taking Tyler and then telling him, hey, and by the way, we need you to play 18 minutes a game at a point guard. Do you think that changes who he is and who he can be?
No, I don't think too much. I think he wants that opportunity. I think he likes the ball in his hands, but I think you're looking for something special to go next to him, somebody who can run the pick and roll more. So Tyler's great if he's doing it sometimes. If he's doing it full time, like you said, I don't think he sees the floor and hits. He can certainly score. He can certainly make some passes, but I don't think like you said, he is not a pick and roll master. And now you've got to find a one who can defend, who can run some pick and roll, but you need a catch and shoot one now. And there's not a ton of those either. Like basically a 3-and-D ones are kind of rare. So I think you'd rather have like you said, innate, however you want to phrase it, right, a true number one, even if it's not a scoring number one, because you don't necessarily need that, but somebody who can just move the ball around and find guys, or peak, not current version, Ricky Rubio kind of guy, who's not necessarily going to score, but certainly can move the ball around and knows how to run a floor.
Yeah, I think obviously when you make the kind of investment using Kyle, and we'll get to him later, and that doesn't work, it's a ripple effect on the roster. Staying with the chat board, want to try to get to as many of these as I can before our first break on ReadyToRecover.com. Inside the Paint, Greater Good, our friend chimes in with, Kyrie always will bring too much drama. He's not worth his salary. Kurt, I'd like to get your thoughts on the trade itself from a Dallas perspective. I have seen some grades for the Mavericks, like starting at C- and going downhill. What was your takeaway for what Dallas gave up and what Dallas thinks it's getting?
Desperate times, desperate team, desperate move. I don't think they make this move if you. First off, we've talked about this, and I think all our fans you are always on the clock if you have a superstar. There's not. The league has gotten to the point where you are. Luka's not asking out. He's in the first year of a deal. He's not been a pain, but you're on the clock, and I think. The other part of that was you could see him wearing down just watching his skill over time. He was missing more games. There were games he just almost seemed flat and took it off. And it wasn't because he was, had the South Beach flu or something. I think he was physically wearing down from the load and the amount of plays he had to take. And so they had to do something. This is a high risk, high reward. And by the way, I think it kind of pays off for this season because Kyrie's playing for a contract. He'll be happy. I mean, I don't think I'd bet the mortgage on it because it's Kyrie, but I think he'll be happy and not disruptive now. Now, this summer, when he doesn't get his 4 years, or next season when he decides, he has to go save the rainforest. I don't know. Whatever he decides he has to go do.
Save the rainforest.
Who knows? Yeah, exactly. Whatever he decides. I don't know that I want to be in the business long term, but I think aren't you? If you're Dallas, by the way, aren't you thinking too? You looking at the West and going, maybe
this year. I do not look at the Denver Nuggets as the be all end all. I look at them as just another contender with their record. So to follow that up, biggest loser, potential loser in the Kyrie trade, Dallas or the Lakers?
Oh, the Lakers. The Lakers were. I'm going to say I was there last night. There's still even with the distraction of LeBron, there was a genuine sting because they have so few paths back to being relevant like they want. And this would have been one for the same reason as Kyrie, Davis, and LeBron together would have been, you suddenly got a chance, right? And in this West. So I think it hurts them more. I think Dallas will be fine. If they end up moving on or having to move him on again, they'll you know what they did? They did do this. Hey, look, man, we're trying. Look how hard we're trying. You can't go anywhere, man. So,
and it's not like either piece they lost is a desperate loss. Oh my God, how could you give up Spencer Dinwiddie? How could you give up Dorian Finney-Smith? Nice players. You worry about the draft choice down the road. That's it for our first segment. I am going to get back to the chat board. I think a lot of that, by the way, Alexis goes in and says trading lousy was not a typo. So that's interesting. So we'll get back to the chat board here. I think through the chat board, we'll get into a lot of Heat trade discussion also. A lot more to discuss, including other potential around the deals. We'll look ahead at the Heat schedule. We'll try to cram as much as we can here without creating too much pain on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. And we'll be back after this brief commercial break.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-NATE.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Red Recover now offers a simple-to-use, professional-grade light therapy device designed to help your dog heal and live a healthier life. Red Recover emits red and infrared light therapy based on the same science that NASA developed, all in a soft, flexible housing pad powered by a convenient, rechargeable lithium-ion battery. Say yes to science and give your dog the care it deserves with Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, our weekly 9 a.m. Wednesday show. This week a little different with the trading deadline coming up Thursday. I'm Ira Winderman from the South Florida Sun Sentinel here in Fort Lauderdale. He's Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk, NBCSports.com, out in the Los Angeles area, where Kurt last night set the NBA all-time scoring record. And we'll get to that later. Congratulations, Kurt. Want to get back to the chat board. I've been informed by producer Sean Stanley that apparently Kyle Lowry is something that our chat boarders and our esteemed show leader Orlando Alzagari have started over the years. Kyle, not me. Big O. You can catch him starting at 10 o'clock Eastern again today. Join his chat board anytime. Love to hear a call in on that if we could. Want to get back to the chat board. Again, we're taking your questions today because we know the trading deadline coming up tomorrow. There's plenty. Greater Good said, and again, I think this is becoming an aged reference for those who might not even know what Happy Days was or the Fonz, saying Kyle Lowry jumped the shark last season. I'll leave that alone. Let you go to Wikipedia, figure out what the reference is there. Kurt, there was a time in this league where older point guards were the thing, where when Chris Paul led the Suns to the NBA Finals, the thought was point guards never get too old if they stay as smart as they are. I've seen over the years, recent years, a trend immediately change. We've got to go out and sign shooters no matter the cost. We paid too much for Davis Bertans, for Joe Harris, for Duncan Robinson. We're in trouble. Then it was the veteran point guards the thing. It doesn't matter. Mike Conley's going to come here to Utah, and he's going to finally get us over the hump. Have we moved on from the veteran point guard with the injuries to Chris Paul this year, with the injury to Kyle Lowry? And do you think that GMs might be a little more trepidatious when it comes to going out years on older point guards?
I think they're starting to be. This is one of those cases where, isn't it like, hey, look, like you said, Chris Paul took this team to the finals. Look at what he brings in leadership. And I don't want to denigrate Chris, Hall of Famer, honestly, the best floor general I have ever watched in person. He's a master of controlling the game. Father Time wins every race with him, but his game was always, even in his mid-30s, was so young Chris Paul was pretty athletic, but it was all about the brain. It was all about the IQ.
He was playing old man basketball at a young age.
Yeah, he always was. He was always a step ahead. And I think that aged a little slower. It does it with plenty of other high IQ players, including LeBron, like where the mind, his body's fine, but the mind keeps going at this high level and it makes up for it. But I don't think Chris Paul's the exception to the rule. As much as I like Mike Conley, as much as I like Kyle Lowry, that when they lose half a step, it's just a little more noticeable. They're not quite Chris Paul. And I think I will say this, and I'd be curious, Ira, it came faster than I thought with Kyle. It came way faster than I thought.
Yeah, I think the difference also is I think Chris Paul has always put his body first. I think Kyle Lowry has had his body in the top 5, but there's also been golf. There's also been other interests. And I think, like Pat Riley says, you have to become super conditioned as you get older. I think that was a lesson learned from Tim Hardaway also, is some players prioritize, some players don't, and therefore you see the drop-off. So I want to stay with this theme for a second because Kyle's been linked to a bunch of teams. Originally it was Minnesota. Then it was the Clippers. You're out there. You see the Clippers a lot. You're familiar with their situation. Desperation when it comes to point guard. Yeah. We spoke a few weeks back on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. But do you think the Clippers still have a genuine, bona fide, we are going to sit down at the table with Andy Ellisberg and Pat Riley tomorrow and see if we can work out a deal? Or do you think the Clippers are, hey, as bad as it's been here with John Wall, with Reggie Jackson, with having to play Terrence Mann out of position at point guard, this might be a little bit too much. Is there still genuine, bona fide Los Angeles Clippers interest, in your view, in Kyle Lowry?
I don't think so. Or I think it's fallen off because I think they focused on Mike Conley, who they're a little higher on right now, who's taken a little step back this season, but they see is a little better. And then the whale is not the phrase I want to use there, but I'm going to go with it. The big target among point guards, everybody's trying to talk to Toronto about Fred VanVleet. It might be the hottest name on the trade rumor market right now. Everybody's kind of in the Fred VanVleet business. I think that's kind of where things are. I think that Kyle Lowry is so far down and so expensive and harder to match and what you've got to get up to get him that he became, I don't want to say just a third priority. He's just so far off the top 2 that it's just the Clippers aren't interested.
Would they trade? I spoke to a scout who's from the Western Conference where we go over permutations. I told him I would love to get Norman Powell. He told me that's not happening.
No.
Would the Clippers trade Marcus Morris and John Wall for salary matching reasons for Kyle Lowry?
That's a good question. I kind of think they might. They're a little, I don't want to say down. They thought Marcus Morris would fit better with some of the stuff they want to do. They're going with more traditional Zubats, big lineups. So he's not playing as much small ball five, especially if they can get, which is one of the things they're really looking for, is a backup center. And there's a lot of them out there on the market, which is bad news for Dwayne Dedmon, by the way, when he becomes a free agent. There's a lot. That is a flooded market right now. So if they got a respectable backup five, I think, Nerlens Noel, then I think that they'd be willing to move on from Morris, and they'll throw in a rack of shoot around basketballs or whatever you want to, if you want to take John Wall.
And that would reduce the Heat salary headache because Marcus Morris does have another year left, but at a lower number than Kyle Lowry. So they'll be able to save some money next year to work on their tax situation, a little more roster fluidity there. That's the one I'm curious about. That's the one I've been told that if it's Heat Clippers, that Norman Powell has just been too valuable for them as a sixth man. Pretty good player. But Morris sort of might be a swing kind of player there and might be able to make it work again, like you said, and also can be used as a small ball five. So if Omar Yurtseven doesn't come fully back, he might give the Heat some more options. Is somewhat of a stretch player, better than Markieff Morris, who the Heat experimented with. So I think that might be the play. Want to go back to the chat board here again. This is your day. This will be your only day. After the trade deadline, I don't want to hear trade suggestions until we get to July. Oh, maybe the draft. But for now, we'll go with this. Greater Good comes back in and said, is Max Strus being shopped around? I want to recast that. If you're the Miami Heat, Kurt Helin, and you know Max Strus is going to be a free agent, you know the money you have in the books, you know that everyone gets their bag in free agency, might there be some thought of moving Max Strus for salary, getting locked in salaries versus waiting on him? Or do you see him as sort of a core Heat player that they went too far in developing him and that they want to keep him for the longer run?
I don't know that I'd see him as a core guy, but I don't know that you're going to get back. So, I mean, if you're not going to, he's too good to dump for just salary purposes. And I don't know that you're going to get equal or better value back, even, at another position of need, at point guard or whatever position you're looking for. I just don't know that I think because of his situation, there's a lot of teams that will just try to poach him this summer rather than give up assets.
If you're the Heat, though, and someone might poach him and outbid you and give him the Duncan Robinson type of bag, which you can't afford if you still have Duncan Robinson, might you say to yourself, hey, at least let's get something, replenish our draft picks? The Heat do not have another draft pick to trade all the way out until the 2029 second-round pick when it comes to second-rounders, except for this year's first-round pick. They're encumbered on their first-round picks all the way out to 2028. So I'm just wondering. Anyway, I don't want to loiter on this, but I think that's what makes it interesting. Next question comes in from Pep0222, and they want to know if Orlando Robinson is going to be the new backup center. Is he considered a solid backup as a young rookie? I'll address this one. The goal still is for Omar Yurtseven to come back from his ankle surgery. He had November ankle surgery and be something close to what he was for the 7 weeks when Bam Adebayo was out last season. The Heat went extensively in training camp playing Bam and Yurtseven together. They gave a lot of minutes to Omer, so that's the plan. Orlando Robinson sort of the fallback as a guy they fell into as a functional kind of guy. But I think you would agree, Kurt, even as you mentioned the Clippers right now, sometimes even having just a functional backup center for those 12 minutes a game is not only good enough, but almost a necessity, especially if you can get that player at a bargain price.
Well, it's a mercenary position in the league right now. Center in general, but especially backup center. You're getting guys for around the minimum or as cheaply as you can. And by the way, count me among the guys just happy he got moved from two-way to Orlando got moved from two-way to, I think he'd earned having that contract for the rest of the season, right? Like they haven't done it yet by opening these two roster spots. They can, and there's going to be a lot of little minor machinations. I think Orlando Robinson gets moved. He only has 9 NBA days left. On an NBA two-way contract, you could spend up to 50 days on the NBA active roster.
He was signed in December. That 50 days was prorated. So he's going to run out of time in March. Also, two-way contracts are not playoff eligible. So if he's your backup center, you need him playoff eligible. I think the Heat have 2 roster spots now. They'll shift him to a standard. Jamari Bouye, who they signed or will later today to a 10-day, I think he'll slot into that 2-way contract. So there'll be the subtle moves. Nothing is going to get you over the top, but there will be some subtle moves there. But like you said, it's interesting because waiting in the wings, even unsigned, not even a Nerlens Noel, but you still have Tristan Thompson out there. You still have DeMarcus Cousins out there. You still have old Heat favorite Hassan Whiteside out there. There's so many guys who desperately would take the minimum just to be on an NBA roster now that you could find a backup center.
Yeah, and in the trade market, there's not only a Nerlens Noel, there's like one of the 17 Plumlee brothers. I mean, there's just a whole lot of guys you can go get at the minimum right now. And if you wait, like you said, you wait till the buyouts start happening after the trade deadline, and you'll be able to get a center. By the way, is it just me? I kind of know people. He's got this toxic reputation. Is it a surprise to you that somebody didn't pick up Cousins yet?
I think it is. I think he is a bigger personality than a backup center. And there's always the concern if he outperforms his 12 minutes a game role that he'll want more and you can't afford to give him more, which is why even the Nuggets and other teams move off a player like that because they just don't sort of want that headache. That there's the glad to be their backup center, Orlando Robinson, maybe Dwayne Dedmon somewhere else, and there's the expectation of rebuilding a career. In other words, you sign a Hassan Whiteside, he's going to try to get his rebounds. He's going to try to get his numbers. He's going to try to prove people wrong that he should be in the league. I don't know if teams want that. The teams want the good soldier Orlando Robinson type who they don't care if they scored 8 points in their first 6 minutes and they get pulled because Bam's going back in the game. They're not sulking back to the bench. They're just glad to be on the team. So I think that's the difference in the players you've mentioned who are available as opposed to just getting someone who's not a headache. You don't need headaches coming in February and March. And just to sort of fill people in, this is how the buyout market works. A lot of people get this wrong. A player can be signed any day until the last day of the season. If he's not on an NBA roster this season, he's playoff eligible. If you have been on an NBA roster this season on anything other than a 10-day contract, you must be waived by your team by March 1st in order to be playoff eligible. So it's interesting. The NBA used to have the trading deadline after the All-Star game. They moved it up to before. So now this 3-week window where players will either try to ask their way out or teams will sort of coax them. Hey, give us a little money back on the cap. We'll get you out in the buyout market. You have to be out by March 1st. There have been teams who have had disgruntled players and have absolutely screwed them by waiting till March 2nd to waive them. Very transparent. You F with us, we're going to F with you. You are not playoff eligible anymore. But what people get wrong is if you haven't been in the league all year, like a Whiteside, like a Cousins, like a Tristan Thompson, you can literally sign before your team's final game of the season on April 9th and be in a playoff game 6 days later. That's allowed also. So there is plenty of movement time for teams to figure it out. The later you sign someone, the less it costs against the luxury tax. The Heat 1 year signed Jarrell Wright the last game of the season. It just costs the least. You don't playoff salary does not count against the cap, so you make it work it that way. So it's a little complex, but I think I agree with Kurt Heelan on our RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. That's when you'll see the backup center market take place more on the buyout market than honestly having to spend for Nerlens Noel right now. Alexis comes back in and says, can we fix Duncan Robinson? Kurt, this is interesting. When a player goes south, is there a way to bring him back north? And I know I always tell you this every week. I hate to put you on the spot like this, but I really can't think of a lot of examples of a player who's fallen off so much as a three-point specialist and then jumps back in. So I think the Heat are in a little bit of a tough spot with Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit difficult, but he's so young. Like, it's just got to be it feels like it's got to be just a confidence thing. The problem is getting that confidence up means giving him minutes, right? So suddenly it's kind of the catch-22, and that becomes I don't know. That feels like something that's much easier to do in October and November than it does right now when you're starting to look at the standings and thinking, man, we got to hold the Knicks off and hold everybody off and get this 6th seed. Like it's a different feel.
Well, and the other thing to me there is, or did the Heat set up such a unique situation that it can't be matched somewhere else, that it can't be duplicated, that they created such a unique niche role for Duncan Robinson that another team simply doesn't have the wherewithal to cast them in the situation that it'd be so effective, including helping the Heat get to the 2020 NBA Finals in the bubble. So I am curious about that. Pep checks back in here and says the Heat do need to find another backup center because they're concerned for Bam Adebayo's health. I think they have enough options on the roster now. I think Yurtseven is back in contact practice. Orlando Robinson is under contract. You're going to get Jovic back from his back injury. So I think if the Heat don't make a backup center move, which is why I think they felt comfortable enough moving off of Dwayne Dedmon, that they have enough there. So I don't think that's an issue. Another question raised here, and I think it's a good name. Any interest in the rumor of getting Kelly Olynyk back? Is that possible money-wise? Anything is possible money-wise when Andy Ellisberger is your general manager. Kelly Olynyk, Kurt, what you've heard about availability, do you think might be a good Heat short-term rental?
Absolutely available. His name has come up on a lot of different deals as they shift around the roster. But yeah, he is absolutely available. And I think he's not ideal, but he is a stretch 4-5, man. He is going to space the floor and knock down shots. And I think that he's the kind of guy, if you bring him in and you're thinking both regular season, but especially in the playoffs, there's matchups where he's a problem, right? There's certain matchups against bigs where, everybody did this, the obvious answers. Everybody did this to Utah and Rudy Gobert. Like, hey, you don't get to protect the paint.
You get played off the floor, and I totally get that. What I like about a Kelly Olynyk type of move is this. To me, it's a dual move for this reason. You can start him as a stretch 4 with Bam. It's already worked here on the way to the 2020 NBA Finals. But it also moves Caleb Martin back to his better role as a bench energizer. So your bench gets better also. You're changing your starting lineup. You're strengthening your bench. So I think it gives you two things if he can find any 5 to step in there, a stretch 4 to step in there to help him. So I think that's interesting. Going back right here to Sneak Attack, who says the three-point shooting this year has been a concern, but our only option realistically is waiting for a shooting to getting back into rhythm, or is there another shooter? I don't think bringing in a shooter is the answer. The Heat have shooters. They have Duncan Robinson. They have Max Strus. They have Tyler Hero. They have Kyle Lowry, at least for now. I think they've got to find someone among this group who simply makes shots. I don't think adding a Cody Kispert or going out and getting another three-point shooter alone is going to take a team from bottom 4 in the league back to the top of the league. I think their shooters have to start shooting again.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of bad shooting luck, like you said. And I think that, everybody could use more shooting. You could certainly, everybody would love to have more on the roster. But I think you hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of guys on this team just below career averages, below where you thought they would be this season, are just not knocking it down.
And at the top of our show today on our crosstalk and the beginning of our show here today on redrecover.com Inside the Paint, Kurt thought it might be a trade deadline of smaller deals than mega deals. So after this break, I want to get into some of those smaller names who I think will or have to be traded, including some who could be very pertinent to the Miami Heat. We'll be back after this break on redrecover.com Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Helin. RedRecover.com's wraps and pads are designed to deliver maximum benefits with each treatment, anywhere you go. Use the code Big O to get a 10% discount.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Hey guys, this is Hayden Hurst, NFL tight end. I'm partnering today with Red Recover. We're going to run you guys through some drills. I started using Red Recover last year, my 4th year in the NFL. It just helps me on Mondays after games, get my recovery process started, get back into the fold of the week, and get ready for the following Sunday. And if you want to recover like me, use Red Recover.
Welcome back to the RedRecover.com Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan. Go to RedRecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to receive 10% off your order. Here's Ira Winterman and Kurt Heelan.
And we're back on our final segment here of RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. And I love the look right now with Kurt as he tries to get himself back set up. This really does become the time of the year when a lot of us are down checking our cell phones and seeing what's going on. Kurt, of course, with his responsibilities as ProBasketballTalk.com out there in LA. So I'm going to start this next segment without Kurt. I know he's going to jump back aboard on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint. And I want to get to this. Kurt mentioned at the top of our show today about how he doesn't necessarily expect major deals, but he expects some smaller deals. And my thoughts are this, that the kind of player who gets moved are almost the kind of player who have been set up all season to get moved. And I think that's where the focus needs to be. And the name we'll start at is the name that's been there all season for the Miami Heat, and that's Jay Crowder. And my thought is this, Phoenix has to get something. There are desperate times going on right now for the Suns. Yes, they have Devin Booker back. Yes, the Suns are on a better sort of upscale right now with getting Devin Booker back. But Kurt, I was talking about players I think that have to get moved at the deadline, or else their team's not getting the benefit of having those players on the books or having them available. Kurt, I think you'd agree the Suns have to move Jay Crowder.
Yes.
That you've got to get something. Or
do
you think after all they've been through and him not getting the extension he wants, could they make it work? Could there be a reunion?
I don't think that. I think there's too much bad blood there, and Crowder's an emotional guy who kind of carried that with him. I mean, he was putting up stories on Instagram slamming the organization. Yeah. Like, I don't think you can go back there. I don't know. Maybe you could try if you really wanted to, because you've got the ownership change. It's kind of a unique situation where you could maybe have Matt Ishbia walk in and go, dude, that was Sarver. But I don't think it works at this point. I think the blood's too bad. And I'm with you. The problem is for them, by the way, isn't it? You've waited so long now. You talk about pennies on the dollar. You are genuinely not going to get that much back, and you're just going to have to accept it.
Yeah, and Kurt mentioned this to us in our first segment. You can catch any of the previous segments on our podcast at the Big O Show, wherever podcasts are available. And he said in the offseason, there's a moving deadline. You can say we want something done by the signing period. You want something done by the end of summer league. We want something done by the start of camp, but you roll it out. Well, Phoenix is hard up against 3 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday, or they can't get anything from Jay Crowder. And then you become a buyout situation, and it's a wasted year for everyone, or they get punitive with Jay, and they don't buy him out and make him, I don't make it sound too cold, but just rot for the whole season for not being in with it. How low can they go? Could the Suns just wind up either trading him into space just to get a second-round pick back? Could they take a contract that expires this year just to give them a little something? How low do you think, when you say pennies on the dollar for Jay Crowder, do they go? Is it just 2 second-round picks?
A couple of second-round picks, and I think expiring money is kind of a thing for them. By the way, they've got some paydays coming up they've got to make, it's hard with new ownership. Like, they had a penny pinching owner before. Does the new owner want to be more aggressive? Is he willing to spend? Like, we'll find out. But I think that they're at the point where if they could save some money and get, the players I saw coming back are 8th, 9th, 10th guys in the rotation, like type stuff. I think that's where they are. And I think, by the way, you can take that and get a late second round pick even or whatever, fine, whatever. Let's move off. This has just become a bad situation. Let's just get it over with and move on.
Yeah, I think it's hard for the Heat because they really don't have the type of matching salary that's not a contributing player they can send out. So it might have to be one of these trade someone into space and make it work, and it gets a little bit more difficult there. Kurt, you had mentioned also about smaller deals, which brings us to me, the NBA's flea market, the Utah Jazz. This season started, Utah was going to try to race to the bottom to get the number 1 draft choice, and then they fooled around and fell into wins. And all of a sudden now they're in that everyone's in the playoff race in the Western Conference. But Danny Ainge has so many chips at his disposal, from Conley to Beasley to Jared Vanderbilt to Kelly Olynyk to probably 9 other players that I'm forgetting are on the roster because I don't watch a lot of Utah Jazz basketball. Will Utah be trade central tomorrow, where literally Danny Ainge will be holding a fire sale for draft picks? Or will he just let this play out because it played so well and he already has a lot of draft choices?
I don't think it's going to be a complete fire sale, but I think that they are going to be, maybe along with Charlotte, like the most active team. I don't know if like Conley gets moved, but I kind of got a feeling you're going to see there's a lot of interest in Vanderbilt. That is a name I've heard way more. I heard way more in the last 48 hours than I would have expected. The other one that kind of did, Malik Beasley. I mean, who couldn't use Malik Beasley? Right. A good 3-point shooter on the wing with some size. So I think that they may be the team that has the most moves. But this is Danny Ainge. He's going to hold out to the last minute for every possible drop of an extra pick he can get. But at the end of the day, this kind of reminds me of the Suns a few years ago when they suddenly won a bunch of games and got good, and they're like, "Hey, we can go all in," and they're like, "Yeah, that didn't work." You can't. The Hawks sort of did this. They won so fast it kind of threw their timeline off. They just won so many games that it kind of messed up the plan, didn't it?
It did, unless they just say, okay, this is the finish line. Utah Jazz fans, we gave you 2/3 of a season of high-quality basketball. Now we're resetting our future. I have on my other screen up the rest of the Jazz roster, and I just want to give people perspective. My thought is, except for Markkanen and maybe Walker Kessler,
Kessler's not available. Yeah,
right.
They
I
love
just
him.
don't see anyone else who's off the table there. So
no,
I'm just going to go through some of these names that are just guys, but are the kind of just guys that might interest another team. I'll start with a former Laker you're familiar with, Talen Horton-Tucker. Could there be some interest there where someone throws a draft choice?
Second rounder from a team that's rebuilding, that's willing to try to develop him. He's great with the ball in his hands all the time, allowed to attack, but the other stuff is a problem.
And I understand. Going to the next name, we didn't mention here, but a lot of people had till now, Jordan Clarkson.
Oh, that's a good one, because the buzz is that they weren't really, that new ownership loves him and isn't really eager to move him, but I would think that he's absolutely available.
Right, and could get some sort of protected first-round pick. Colin Sexton, I never felt they were married to him when they trade for him. No. Again, it's the beauty in the eye of the beholder. Thoughts there real quick.
If a backup scoring almost 6-man kind of guy who can come in and light it up, but he hasn't been that great this season. I don't think it's second in matching salary. I don't think there's much interest in him.
It's just fascinating, this whole roster. Then I go to Malik Beasley. We've spoken to him about. Nickeil Alexander-Walker had some moment with the Pelicans, not playing that much now. Again, another guy that if someone during that draft was interested, might they be willing to give up a second-round pick?
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly, I think, what would happen with some of these guys, which is, remember when we worked him, because teams remember, for fans to remember, teams work out everybody. Yeah, you work out everybody so you get a look at guys, and even if you're not going to draft them, you're like, you file that stuff away for this kind of moment.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned Mike Conley, another guy there. We mentioned Kelly Olynyk, another guy. Okay, here's a name you totally forgot about. I think he's mostly a shot player, but I thought that for the last 5 or 6 years. Rudy Gay.
That's an interesting one. Where doesn't he strike you as the kind of guy like your veteran coach, your Tom Thibodeau's are like, hey, I'll play Rudy Gay, bring him in. Like they feel like they can trust him, even though watching him, I think Father Time has started to really win that race. I could see some coach really pushing for that, just because I need a veteran I can trust for 10 minutes in the postseason.
Couldn't you even see with their horse crap bench, the Lakers saying it's an upgrade? with Rudy Gay.
Yes, and then the Lakers nation will tell you that he should have been an all-star. Yeah, that's about right.
Okay, all right. So we're on the same page. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I think Utah, I think Jay Crowder has to move. I think if you were, I think it's an easy bet. I think if the answer is yes or no, will the Utah Jazz make a trade? The answer is yes. So I'm going to put it a different way. I'm going to give you the over-under. 3 current Utah Jazz players being dealt by Thursday's 3 p.m. NBA trading deadline. 3. Over or under Kurt Heelan from Pro Basketball Talk and NBCSports.com.
I'm going to go under. I think Ainge is, like you said, Ainge has already got so many picks that he's going to hold out for a lot, but there will be movement. But I'll say, if it's 3 or under, I'll say under.
Bogdan Bogdanović from the Detroit Pistons, when they signed him, almost everyone said when they traded for him, they acquired him just to eventually move him. They then gave him the 2-year extension to give whoever acquires him cost certainty. He's not part of the future in Detroit. He's a nice player. He's a win-now player. He might not be the be-all, end-all, but he has a lot of playoff experience successful with the Utah Jazz. What happens in that situation?
The word is he's staying. That they are going to try to win next year. They thought they could have made the play-in this year, and then Cade Cunningham got hurt, and that went out the window. And it might be good for them. It means Jaden Ivey and Killian Hayes and some of their other guards are getting a lot of valuable time on the ball. But they come back next year with those guys more mature, Cade Cunningham back, whoever they end up with in the draft, which is they're going to end up with a high pick. They want to be a play-in team. They want to make the leap that like Oklahoma City is kind of making this year, which was a surprise, but like one of those ones where like, hey, that team could be a play-in team. They want to make that or a slightly better leap next year, and they see Bogdanović as part of that. And I thought they were. I'm with you. I'm like, yeah, they keep saying that, whatever. I think they keep him.
And that's going to be interesting because a lot of the names people thought they definitely would, maybe they won't. Yeah. John Collins. If I'm John Collins, I almost say, let's just get this over with. Yes. Stop dangling. Let me know what my future is, where my future is. And yet, and there's a lot of outside reporting, not necessarily me, but you see it everywhere. The notion that his value has come down dramatically from what they previously had been asking. When I look at his numbers, I'm not so sure he's an upgrade for some teams who are talking upgrades right now, that his best statistic collecting days might be behind them. John Collins, does he stay or does he go?
I got a feeling he goes. I got a feeling some team will decide it's situational, that it's not an unreasonable thing to say that's a toxic situation in Atlanta right now on a few different levels. We're just going to get that guy out because I believe if we put him in a new situation, we'll get a new John Collins or something at least closer to the old John Collins. And right now we can get him, like you said, that price, the trading price for him has come way down too. If you can get him without having to give up a first and just some players and some seconds, I'd be all in on that because he still can. I mean, I still think he can get you points. He's still so athletic. He's going to get you boards and points, and he's a quality role player in the NBA. He's just making a lot of money, which is
he's a quality role player being played as an elite all-star level talent. Yeah. With that ongoing contract, we know the cap can get you in a disaster situation. The Heat with their money in the books, I can see all of that. Jakob Poeltl. We heard a lot of talk early in the season. An older player for a Spurs team, clearly rebuilding, gladly seemingly losing every game they can as they get the next Tim Duncan or David Robinson, because that's what they do. But it's interesting. On our 2 segments previously on RedRecover.com Inside the Paint, we spoke about how big men are sort of a dime a dozen right now. He was almost a definite trade kind of guy. Do you think still that R.J. Buford and Pop at least try to get something for him?
Yeah, and I think he wants out too. He does not want to be part of not just the losing, but he's not in for the rebuild. That's not, like you said, he's not part of their future. So my guess is that he does get moved somewhere. There's certainly a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams looking for backup big men. I don't really think he's a backup. Like he can start for you. He's good.
He's going to want to go somewhere where he starts. So if you bring him in as your backup, does that put him in necessarily a better situation? I want to bring this whole thing full circle now. And I held off to the end, probably didn't do enough radio teases ahead of time, but that's the beauty of a podcast. Kyle Lowry, from your perspective as an outside view, and then I'll give you mine, is Kyle Lowry a member of the Miami Heat basketball franchise after 3 p.m. Thursday?
To all the people on the chat board, I'm sorry. Yes, I don't think that there's anybody willing to take on the money for the production at this point. I don't even think it's a matter of trading for him, like what I would give up to get him. I don't want him next year.
And I think what Kurt mentioned at the start of the show matters also with the offseason trading deadline. He becomes a sweetener. I think, Heat Nation, don't take this the wrong way, the Heat should not trade Kyle Lowry at the deadline. Not because of Kyle Lowry, not because of needs right now, for this reason. In the offseason, you then can take Kyle Lowry's $30 million. Tyler Hero becomes trade eligible again, not in poison pill, July 1, his $30 million. You then have a package that you can trade for any single NBA player, regardless of salary, because you have a $60 bundle together. But in that bundle, you have someone another team could look at as one of their future franchise players in Tyler Hero. So now I'm not saying that I'm advocating trading Tyler Hero, but what I'm saying is with Kyle's money and Tyler's money, there's no more aggregating and adding other pieces. So if you go to the Wizards and you say, we're offering you Lowry and Hero, well, they don't hear. They hear the Lowry part is, we're offering you Hero and because it's white noise, because it's an expiring contract. But at least they can convince themselves we're not on a championship timeline right now. Tyler Hero will grow. He's a charismatic player we can sell to our fans. And for the Heat, you can say, okay, Jimmy Butler, Bradley Beal, Bam Adebayo, go time and do it. Part two, in the wake of Kyrie, I know we're up against it here. I'll try to go quick. In the wake of Kyrie, do we see another summer sell-a-thon of Kevin Durant with the Brooklyn Nets? Does Kevin Durant hit the market again next summer?
Yes, and that's why you're keeping Kyle Lowry around. That is
because Kyle Lowry,
I believe he is absolutely available and absolutely would love to play in Miami.
And because Kyle Lowry and Tyler Hero could at least be the starting point of something, you can do a prearranged deal ahead of the draft where we will draft our 2023 first-round pick for you. We'll give you our next available 2028 first-round pick. We'll give you Nikola. You can put a deal together. So at least Brooklyn says we're getting a young talent under contract for years to come and go from there. That's why I think the Heat should not trade Kyle Lowry at tomorrow's trade deadline, because his $30 million expiring contract can bring you greater value. And with that, we've reached the end of our trade deadline preview show. We've thrown out as much as we can throw out there. We'll know if any of it was true or not when we reconvene next week on our redrecover.com Inside the Paint. But a happy holiday to everyone out there for NBA trading deadline. I'll be back with the Big O with our Acura Pembroke Pines report on Friday. Be back with Kurt right here on the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show. For now, the Big O show rolls on.
You've been listening to the redrecover.com Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan. Go to redrecover.com to learn more about red light with videos, blog posts, and 40 years of medical research to treat pain, inflammation, and overall well-being. Use code Big O to get a 10% discount. The redrecover.com Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, we are back as always, ready to rock and roll. We thank Ira Winderman and Kurt Heelan with our redrecover.com Inside the Paint Show. Remember, the wraps are 30% off. Take advantage. Go to redrecover.com. Got the wraps for the dogs. Those of us that own and love our dogs, and we know some of them sometimes as they get older deal with those hip issues, and they've got the wraps for the bigger dogs or smaller dogs. And hell, one of our listeners has a Yorkie that had broken legs, and they had to put some steel rods in there, and kind of uncomfortable. Been using the wraps. Now the dog is moving around a lot better and less discomfort and that kind of stuff. So redrecover.com really can help out us and can help out, our best friends and our doggies out there. So go to redrecover.com, dealing with back issues, neck issues, maybe tennis elbow. What's that paddle? What's that thing called? That other game, that pickleball. Maybe, you got some soreness from pickleball or running or weightlifting, all that kind of soreness, man. You can optimize your workouts with redrecover.com. So we thank the boys, doing great work there as always. All right. And remember, 30% off, which is absolutely enormous. Panthers off tonight. Tomorrow they take on the Sharks at the Florida Live Arena. Heat are back on tonight against the Pacers. You just heard the boys talk an hour of basketball. Heat are favored by 6.5. I'm just going to say, if you're going to I'm not a financial advisor, not some kind of gambling expert, but the way I look at that game, I'm rooting for the Heat, but if I have to bet, I'm taking the Pacers plus 6.5 because I just can't trust, the Heat overall. The Heat it's such an awesome organization, by far the best organization in town. The track record says it, the results say it. We know they're exceptional and all of that. And we're in a stage now where we're so spoiled with them that what they do now, and they're going to get in the playoffs, but that's like not good enough for us. You know what I'm saying? And that would be more than good enough for, fans in Orlando. They would love to get into the playoffs every year, no matter what. The Charlotte Hornets would love to get into the playoffs every single year, no matter what. And the Heat pretty much are in the playoffs every year. But the standard is so much higher. You know what I mean? So the demand is so much higher. So when you make a move for Kyle Lowry, it disappoints the rest of us because and them too, because their standard is higher too. It's not just making the playoffs, and God bless them for that. You know what I mean? The only problem is I'm not sure the maniacal approach to get to being the best is there all the way through, because I don't know if the ownership group is willing to take chances all the time. They're only willing to take a chance on the obvious and not willing to take some other risks. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why they usually stay under the cap, and they're kind of frugal in the way that they've done things. And because of the frugality, it's also forced them to make bad decisions. It's strange because you can take risks that you might end up going over the cap and it may not pay off and you're paying taxes. But then you can also take other risks like a Kyle Lowry, an older player, or a Jimmy Butler who's, hasn't fit in certain organizations. And then you wonder, okay, will he fit here? And he does, right? He fits here because he's a hard-nosed, hard-ass type guy. That's exactly what this organization is. They expect their players to play hard and dedicate themselves, unless you're named Kyle Lowry, then that's different. You don't have the same dedication. And that's because you've already made your money and you got your championship. There's nothing else to play for. That's the problem. Jimmy Butler is playing for something. He didn't realize that his friend, okay, or the godfather of his daughter didn't have a tenth of the fire he does to go get a title. Why? Because his ass already got a title riding Kawhi Leonard's coattails. It wasn't like Kyle Lowry was ever the guy that could lead a championship team. He and DeRozan tried that many, many times, and every single time. Yeah, it's a weird dynamic that the Miami Heat organization is in right now, because I know Riley wants to go for it, but he doesn't really have all the ammunition he needs. And then because of that, they've also mismanaged the ammunition that they have. While I say that the owners at times aren't willing to spend, I mean, the fact that you're going into a season and you won't even pay for a 15th roster, and you're spending another portion of your salary on Udonis Haslem. And I love Udonis Haslem, but he's not supposed to be on the team anymore for a couple of years now. And I get it. You're using him to, police the locker room, but it just doesn't make sense, man. And so it's a strange dynamic with the Heat. The ownership doesn't really commit, because they're kind of frugal and they watch their money. They don't want to go over the cap and pay. And yet then it puts the team and the front office in a position where they have to take odd chances. They have to give like Whiteside a contract and Dion Waiters, and you trade for an older Lowry and you're risking it with Butler and all that. And you've gotten the max out of Butler. The contract was supposed to end this year, the original contract. The 4-year deal. When they signed that 4-year deal at the beginning, I said, if you didn't get a star next to Butler in the first 2 years, this deal would be a disaster after that. And it's been pretty good, but this year, now you see, he's missed half the games because his body's beaten up. Now the extension starts next year for the next 3 years with $160 million on it. Do you know what an albatross of a contract that's going to be down the line? That's a desperation move by a team, but they had to make that championship run inside that 4-year window, not the next 3 years. Jimmy will not be the same player at that time. And then that puts you in a really difficult position, because he's no longer going to be worthy of the $45 to $50 million that you're paying him. I think the last year is like 52, 54. He's not going to be worth that. So that's because you forced the front office to take chances, because the ownership group is not willing to go over the cap and pay taxes. It's a strange dynamic, man. And because of that, I think it's been hard to kind of put the right group together to win. And now they're in a rut that they can't get out of again. And meanwhile, you've got two young players that you can build around in Bam and Tyler, but you've got to get rid of these albatross contracts where you can maybe surround them with something else. Like they need another star. And you got to stop collecting stars that can't shoot threes in a league full of threes. You're paying Bam, and I don't mind paying Bam, but you're paying Jimmy and Lowry. Not one of them is a three-point shooter in a three-point shooting league. That's like saying, well, we're just going to run the ball and we're not going to have any receivers or any chunk plays in the NFL. Huh? Well, you're not going to win. You got to do something. You got to score points. And that's where they struggle. They're one of the worst three-point shooting teams. You invested your money in players that don't go with the way the game is now. Those guys would have been great for the 90s, not now. All right, let's turn the page. Let's start talking a little football. Omar Kelly, baby, and our essentialmovingexperts.com Miami Dolphins exchange.
Time to talk aqua and orange, Miami Dolphins fans. It's the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking to move your home or business anywhere in the U.S. from coast to coast, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Let's talk Dolphins football. Here's Omar Kelly.
Roddy, good morning. Oh, how you doing, baby? You doing good?
I'm good, man. How you been?
Can't complain, brother.
Which way is your money riding on the Super Bowl game?
I'm going KC, bro.
Yeah.
I'm going. I think Chris Jones is going to blow the shit up. I think he's going to cause all kinds of havoc
Against that Eagles offensive line?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think Chris Jones can cause havoc against anybody. He's one of those kind of guys that I think I don't think there's a lineman that really is going to control Chris Jones. You know what I'm saying? So, you would agree with that, right? I mean, he's just one of those freaks.
He is. You know what? I've had the pleasure of watching him work at Bommarito, and it has truly for multiple years, and it has truly been an honor to see how hard he works and to see, there's certain guys and the personality, and he's about as genuine as it comes. He trains down here. He works hard. And it doesn't matter when I show up at Bommaritos, he's always there, and I can respect that.
Yeah, and for a big dude, he can move, man, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very
so
agile.
This is what I'm gambling on. I'm gambling on that. And Hurts wasn't accurate in the NFC Championship game, so I think they're going to be disruptive up front, and I think the KC secondary is a little underrated.
Yeah,
and I think they're up for the challenge. And if you try, you're going to have to try to make Hurts perfect that day. And if you can do that, I think maybe you can, get him to be, inaccurate or.
I think they're going to lean on the run game, but I do hear what you're saying. I got money riding on Kansas City. I bet them to win the Super Bowl. Probably 2 months ago, right? And obviously I'm leaning that direction, but I'm pretty uncomfortable about the bet because I think the Eagles probably are the most complete team in the NFL. Now
I'm gonna ride Mahomes as the better quarterback, and that's why
I do worry about Jalen Hurts. I think there's an arm issue. I think there's an injury, and I think it could hinder him. And good coaching and good game planning could make him expose the fact that hey, he can't throw an out with zip on it. So I'm curious to see what happens, but I do have money riding on Kansas City, so I will be pulling for Kansas City.
Yeah, I will bet on Kansas City. I'm going to take the points. I'm going to see if maybe another half point comes in because right now it's 1.5 Eagles, and I'm counting on the East Coast bias there to maybe raise it to 2 points by game day. Who knows? Then it goes to 1, and I'm screwed. But yeah, I'm leaning to KC. Before I get into any Dolphins related stuff,
1.5 is basically a pick 'em though.
Yeah, definitely. Sean Payton going to Denver.
When we talked, I mean, I thought Denver was the best job, and we've had this conversation multiple times. I didn't think he was going to take a job in that cycle because I really didn't think that there were very good jobs. But Denver has a good ownership group. They've got a quarterback who, with the exception of last year, was on the trajectory to be in the Hall of Fame. Now he's with the quarterback whisperer of all quarterback whisperers. So if anybody can fix Russell Wilson's game, it would be Sean Payton. He's got a defense that's they chew nails. I think they finished like 6th in the NFL last year. So, defense has never really been his forte. And they've got a good running back. They've got good wide receivers. Obviously they got to put a lot into their offensive line, but that can be done in one off season, as the Dolphins have shown you many years. Not to say that they've ever completed the job, but injuries oftentimes impacted that. But Sean Payton is not in cap hell, and he's annually been in cap hell with the New Orleans Saints. And now it's interesting to see what he can do as an evaluator and a team builder. I know he built the Saints, but he was always in cap hell and always had a quarterback from the jump.
As you get older and older people, they kind of lose a filter, correct? You
yes, you can look forward to it.
You come into this world without a filter. You leave this world without a filter.
You think he lost his filter?
Let me finish.
All right, let me hear this out.
All right, so Terry Bradshaw. Did you catch Terry Bradshaw?
No.
Oh, he's hanging out with Vic Lombardi,
Okay.
And he says about Peyton, we hung with him, established a clear foundation for his basis of knowledge about Peyton's references. We would talk and he would talk and talk and talk. And then it slowly started to get more and more interesting. I'd say, you can't go to Charlotte, Bradshaw says. That's the NFC South. Okay, fine. Makes sense. No controversy there. You can't go to Houston, Bradshaw says. They don't have a quarterback down there, and you don't want to be in Houston. That one seemed a little odd. They didn't have a quarterback when Payne went to New Orleans, and it all worked out. And I'd love to know more about what Terry against the Houston, unless it's just an Oilers thing from the late 70s. But then it's good. Bradshaw was asked about Peyton coaching the Cardinals and quarterback Kyler Murray. He didn't want to work with that quarterback, Bradshaw says.
Nah.
And then Lombardi swooped in the hammer. He says he'd rather work with Russ. I don't think so, Bradshaw says, busting out with a big old Louisiana laugh. But that's all he's got. He's got no choice. But I'll tell you one thing, he'll get the most out of him. So I think he really wanted the Houston job or the Carolina job. I don't think he wanted Arizona or Denver, which
Houston or Carolina, they don't have a quarterback. That doesn't make any sense when you say that. And you could talk about the picks, but none of these quarterbacks, maybe the Kentucky kid, are going to be instant add water.
CJ Stroud, maybe CJ Stroud or something. I don't know. I mean,
he's too tiny. He's not.
But here's the thing, and like he just mentioned, he didn't have a quarterback in New Orleans, and it ended up working out for him. You know what I mean? But my point is, I don't think a lot of people want to deal with the Kyler Murray, Russell Wilson mess. You know what I'm saying?
I think they would rather deal. I think they would rather do. Like let's be real about this. Let's separate them.
Dude, he already drew the line. He said, yeah, Russ's trainers aren't in here anymore. They're done.
Yeah, I heard that. Let's separate both quarterbacks, because it's not fair to Russell Wilson that you're putting Kyler Murray on Russell Wilson. Yes, they are both African American small quarterbacks.
No, that has nothing.
No, we're doing the comparison. We're doing the comparisons.
It's not about athleticism. It's not about color, Omar.
No,
it's about baggage. Come on.
There are a lot of quarterbacks with baggage.
Let's not try to stir it up with something it's not.
No. There are a lot of quarterbacks with baggage. Russell's baggage is different than Kyler's baggage.
Okay, but it's baggage.
Every quarterback comes with baggage. You don't think Tua comes with baggage?
Exactly. I've said that I've said it many times, that with Tua and with Tebow and with certain guys, they are lightning rods. It's different kinds of lightning rods, but they're lightning rods.
It's about which quarterback do you want to work with? And I get it. Everybody's saying that Russell is washed. Russell is not, Russell didn't have a center the entire season. Russell had a putrid offensive line. Now, is that an excuse for how he played? No. Russell had a bad head coach, bad offense, and was learning an offense. There's so many excuses or justifications. I call them excuses, but they can be classified as justifications why Russell Wilson struggled in the way that he struggled. Kyler's play has been consistent. It's street ball till he gets injured.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of people will say that's Russell Wilson's game as well. Russell Wilson plays street ball. I don't necessarily agree. I think Russell Wilson has been a traditional pocket quarterback, not a street ball quarterback. Can I say that maybe age is catching up to him? Yeah, possibly. But
maybe.
But think about it. Quarterbacks are now so protected that they're playing till they're 40. Like, how does all of a sudden Russell Wilson go from the winningest quarterback in the NFL at his stage to, a Super Bowl winner, trajectory on the Hall of Fame, to all of a sudden a dud in one season? I say bad line and bad coaching. Now, it could be age and durability and injury and unfamiliarity with the offense. Yeah, but maybe those factors change. The only thing that doesn't change is the age. And if it is going to be age, okay, then it's a bad investment. And hell, teams make bad investments all the time and they move on from them. Sean Payton, there's no shame in him giving it a year with a guy who is on a Hall of Fame trajectory. And if it doesn't work out, he moves on. I promise you.
You could tell, by the way, he was given that green light right there. Like, he took over the job and said, hey, guys, I'm going to try the best with him, but you got to understand, if it doesn't work, I've got to move on. Because clearly when he walked in and said, yeah, there'll be I'm sure they're going to eliminate his office. I'm sure they're going to, he already said they're not going to bring his trainers in. So that, I think those are,
but no matter who was hired, they weren't going to bring his trainers in.
I think those are the diva things that they want to eliminate, and people didn't want to deal with, I guess. I don't know, but that's kind of what it is. I'm with you on the play side. It's hard to think a guy that threw 25 touchdowns and 6 interceptions last year, all of a sudden, fell off the earth when 2 years ago he's throwing 40 touchdowns. So it's hard to think that in the what he did last year represents anything that he was the 2 years before that when he was playing stellar football. And so, yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of screwed up to see how the drop-off went that way. When you really look at it physically, it doesn't look like he's broken down. Like some guys, you see them, Ben Roethlisberger,
Drew Brees, absolutely.
Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Like, oh,
yes.
shit. It's like, whoa.
It's falling off a cliff. Yes.
Right.
And you can make that argument. You can make that argument for him. I think it was a lot of bad coaching. When I watched the Denver Broncos, when I watched the Denver Broncos, I looked at it and I saw bad line play, bad coaching, and any quarterback is going to struggle in that situation.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see if he can actually,
but
fix all of
offensive.
that.
I mean, think about from a team standpoint, they had the best situation in the offseason. And here's the thing. People can say, oh, he wasn't their first choice. And I do agree that he wasn't their first choice. But I think the part of the reason that he wasn't their first choice is because of the price tag and the power he needed. But the man got $18 million.
And compensation.
The man got $18 million a year. Like, you could call me whatever you want. If you're paying me twice what everybody else is making, I'm good with it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. So does it work?
It's Sean Payton. I can't, outside of Andy Reid, I don't know if I can name a better coach in the NFL. So I would have to say it does work. And yes, I know people are going to say Bill Belichick. Okay. Yeah, show me Bill Belichick winning without Tom Brady. And I know he's won twice without Tom Brady, but I'm sorry. You can't have the greatest quarterback of all time. And
he's never won a Super Bowl without Tom Brady as a head coach.
No. Yes, he, not as a head coach. But no. Sean Payton's only won 1 Super Bowl. Belichick's won 6. But I would argue to you that Belichick is that Belichick. I don't believe I think Belichick can't coach an elite offense without Tom Brady. That's just.
There's just a part of me that thinks this is going to be a disaster.
Oh, in Denver?
Yeah. I don't know why, dude. I just think this is going to be a disaster.
I'm curious to see what his staff looks like. And I'm dying to see,
because I don't while he had good personnel people,
mm-hmm.
It was one of those things that
coaches line up to go work with coaches like that. Coaches line up to go work with coaches like that.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta see. I gotta see it to believe it, man. Because he was doing some funky stuff after Breeze left. You're believing in this, Taysom Hill guy and all that kind of stuff. And I almost felt like there was this ego, like, well, it's my system and I can just plug anybody in. And I kind of like, it's like, no, dude, you just can't. I get it. You all saw Joe Gibbs do it. So you think everybody else can do it. But go look at the teams that Joe Gibbs had. Okay. That's why he was able to win with 3 different quarterbacks, because they were so loaded on offense and defense, and those lines were as dominant as they could possibly get. And there was no salary cap in those days, so you could have Darryl Green on one end and the fun bunch on the other side, and John Riggins, and you can, have Dexter Manley just terrorizing defenses, and you can have the Hogs, and so it was a different era of football in those days. So maybe you could do that kind of shit and get away with it. But in today's NFL, do you think you're going to be able to maintain Art Monk and all those guys together for all those years?
I mean, the model is what the Dolphins are working with right now, which is you have a young, inexpensive quarterback, and he won't be inexpensive for much longer. But build your strong core, build your team, draft well, have young cheap talent on your roster till you have to pay your quarterback. Well, Denver's in a reverse situation, but I think they do have a good foundation. I think they do have a good team. Let me look up what their cap situation is, because
by the way, do you know that the Dolphins, as bad as the whole concussion thing was this year, if you want to find one small bright spot, one small one, like really tiny, but it actually could be really big. See, now Tua has no shot at getting an extension anymore. He's going to get his 5th-year option picked up.
Yes. Okay.
Listen to me. Relax again. Relax. He's going to get his 5th-year option picked up. So if he kicks ass and stays healthy next year, then he'll get a new contract. It won't start till year 6. So you technically bought yourself another window, because that 5th year is only $22.5 million. Cap went up $16 million this year. It'll go up another $10 or $16 million next year. And so the $22.5 million salary in year 5 will not be nearly as bad. And then
did you freeze? What happened here? What happened?
Okay.
You're back. Okay, you're back.
I don't know
All
if
right.
Let's see if Omar's back.
Can you hear me?
There he is. Oh,
okay.
now you got me, right?
Yes.
So now the 5th year is the $22.5 million, which becomes a bargain in today's world, as you know, very manageable. And then follow me. Hold on a second. Then you get the new contract, and that first year is a lowered number, anyways.
Yeah.
So you kind of technically bought yourself 2 more years to kind of build the team around him and make that run, is what I'm saying. If he would have kicked ass this year, it would have been over, because he would have.
He did kick ass this year.
No, but what I mean is,
quarterback in the NFL.
In his case, kicking ass is playing 16, 17 games, is what I mean. That's what I mean. If he stays healthy and plays, we all know he can play. That part is over already. Enough of that shit.
Is it? Because I mean,
well, listen. If people want to be ignorant out there and think that he can't play, well, then whatever, bro. Go. You probably think the election's rigged too. So listen. So the bottom line is that they kind of technically bought themselves an extra year to stay in that rookie deal thing. That, hey, like, as you know, the Bills are now going to go through hell. The Chargers are already talking about cutting Keenan Allen and cutting people because, that cheap ass owner has got to now pay Herbert, because Herbert doesn't have an injury history right now. So now you've got to pay him because he's completed year 4. Unlike Tua, that, he's got to wait another extra year because of that. So for me, in a way, that's just a one little bright spot that it bought the team in the front office time to make that championship run before you've got to pay the guy. And then, you know what I mean? For Ross, it won't be as bad as because Ross doesn't mind having that money in escrow. Dean Spanos for the Chargers, he's got to put that money in escrow for Herbert. Oh, my God, that's going to cripple the rest of the team. His cheap ass.
Listen,
you know it.
I pride myself on being one of the best NFL guys when it comes to the business in the NFL. And I really think that I've spent a decade teaching young writers how to understand the business in the NFL. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. There are teams that are cap strapped. I mean, not cap strapped, but teams that are cash strapped. And there are teams that are not cash strapped. The Dolphins have always had the luxury. Steve Ross will spend when he's ready. When you say you need to spend, Bradley Chubb, no problem. He'll spend. If he needs to spend to create cap space, He'll spend. He'll extend Tyreek Hill. He'll extend Jerome Baker. I'm just throwing out names. I'm not saying that.
Right.
Do these things. He'll do what he did do it last year.
But the most important part is all those signing bonuses is money that's in escrow.
Yes.
The investor, bro, that's fluid. That's less liquid cash that he's got to put on the side.
Yes.
That shit is real, dude.
Yes,
okay, you got to do that.
Whereas there are other owners like the Raiders or the Chargers who are not in positions to do that. So that's why I've always respected and appreciated Steve Ross. I don't necessarily agree with you on it buys Miami time. Because I knew and said from the beginning, even before the concussions, I'm not extending him. I'm giving him the 5th-year option.
Well, yeah, but Doggy, if he would have stayed healthy all year,
I still wouldn't have done it. Still wouldn't have done it.
They would have done it.
They do a lot of stupid things. Yes, you're right. As an organization, they do a lot of stupid. I'm curious.
Most teams would have started the negotiations if the kid stays healthy all year and plays the way he played. My God, can you imagine his stats? If he adds the games he missed, shit.
I still wouldn't have done it. That's why the 5th-year option is there. I hated the fact that the Dolphins gave Ryan Tannehill a contract as opposed to triggering his 5th-year option before he'd even proven anything. I would need and have to see Tua do it for 2 years. Once I see you do it for 2 years, health not even factoring in. Once I see you do it for 2 years, I'll pay you whatever. And I'm very curious what the Jalen Hurts contract will be because he's going to have to get a contract this year. He's probably going to be a $200 million quarterback. That contract is probably going to set the shelf for where Tua's contract is going to be. And basically, I need to figure out how I need to build and how I need to maneuver to be able to afford that if that's the route that we're going. And I definitely do believe that that's the route we're going. I think I'm happy that that's the route we're going. But they have a 2-year window. They truly do have a 2-year window to build it before they got to tear it down. And that's just the nature of where the NFL is in this economy and this business cycle. You've gone from 4-year windows to probably 3-year windows. And right now, the way that they moved last year with the Bradley Chubb, with the Tyreek Hill, with the Teron Armstead, that year's already started. So now you're at a 3-year window. You finish 1 year, you're entering 2-year window to really make a push at it. And that's why they made that Bradley Chubb move. Did I agree with it? Not really. Did I support it? Not really, but I understood it.
Yeah, no. And actually it worked out and didn't work out because because it's kind of funny because you really needed him because Agba got hurt the week right after you acquired him, but it didn't work out because he didn't do exactly what you needed him to do. But then it works out again now because you now got Vic Fangio, who knows him, knows how to use him, knows how to maximize him. Yeah. So,
and the amount of
and by the way, maybe the front office and the coach says, let's get him. We're going to get Fangio next year anyway, and they'll work together.
Okay, maybe they did. You're right. You are right. They did. But to think that the Fangio thing was a bidding war, like even just put some respect on Steve Ross's name on that one as well. Like
he was coming here the entire time. He's just an old school dude that got pissed off that his agent let the shit out, and then when Mike Silver calls him, he's the same old grumpy old guy, says, oh, I haven't signed anything yet. No. And then Mike Silver ran with that and say, well, his relationship with Shanahan, that. He was never going back to Denver with Peyton. He was never going to San Francisco. He was coming here the entire time.
His
mom is here in Florida. His family's in Philly. He chose the family side. The girlfriend will fly over from the West Coast. That's it, bro. It's over. It's done. That's it. He was always coming here. He's just an old school guy. That's why his statement when it came out, he'll address and take over when the Super Bowl is over. He wanted to respect the Eagles, that he was doing a job for them, and he's paid for the job through the end of the season. And the end of the season is this Sunday. So to me, it was just an old school guy that does things the right way. and he didn't want it the modern way where it gets out on social media. That's
all of a sudden, Sean Payton is in the mix for a job again, and Fangio's like, whoa, wait a minute.
Fangio never said that. Fangio never said that. He never said, wait a
Listen.
minute. He never said anything. Never said anything.
Mike Silver's one of the best in the business.
That's right. And listen to his quote. All he says, nothing's finalized. I haven't signed anything. Because he's working for somebody else, Omar.
Okay, I can respect that.
Mike Silver just got one quote from him and then ran in a completely different direction on his own and threw the Shanahan thing, which was, he never threw the Denver thing. He threw the Shanahan relationship in there, which had nothing to do with it, and it was never going to happen.
You going through this with a fine-tooth comb. Listen, it's
That's
a very
usually
simple,
what I do.
It's a very simple proposition to me. Steve Ross pays the most. Steve Ross
No. The Waltons have just as much money for they own Walmart, bro. They own.
I get it. They got a lot of money, but Steve Ross's history of being Big Daddy.
They have more money than the Federal Reserve, dude. Come on, they don't lack money. It wasn't a money thing. It was a principle thing, dude. It had nothing to do with money. He was going to get paid no matter what.
Yeah, and that 49ers job might have been appealing. Might have been.
No. Let me explain something to you. Both Denver and San Francisco have better made defenses right now.
Yep.
And the Denver one is in his style, his players. He knows them already. So all those jobs would have been easier for him. The fact that he took this job tells you that he was dead set on taking this job, not any of the other ones. He wasn't linked to anything else. He was linked to Miami last year. He's always been linked here, and it ended up happening. The only thing is the old man wanted it to happen after the Super Bowl. Now, here's the next step. As you say, I look into it a little too much. I need to follow up. Does he fire his agent after this is done? That's what I want to know in the next couple months.
His agent's also McDaniel's agent. So his agent got him the highest paid contract in the NFL for defensive coordinator.
That's another reason why that was going to happen. I mean, come on, man. They probably called his ass, said, hey, tell us a little bit about Bradley Chubb before we trade for him. Okay, we'll see you next year.
They probably did. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. I'm sure they had a conversation about Bradley Chubb. So,
go ahead.
It'll be curious to see what kind of defense and what style. And I'm an Ogba fan. You put Ogba with Jalen Phillips and then Bradley Chubb. Those are three, and then Christian Wilkins. I won't disrespect Christian. I'm not sure he's going to get that extension this year. We'll see. Yeah, man, that's a lot of money.
He'll get the extension, bro. They're not going to draft and develop the guy and then let that guy go. Those days are done. They keep their good players.
Yeah,
these guys here, they're not like the other guys. These guys
here. Is Christian Wilkins a top 5 paid defensive tackle?
Hell yeah!
All right.
Hell yeah!
All right.
Did you watch his ass this year?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Is he
right
Chris Jones? Is he Aaron Donald?
Nobody is Donald and Jones, you jerky. I knew you were going to start with that.
Hey,
okay.
How many notches? And
then you know what? I'll put Quinnen Williams in front of him, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it.
What about the Giants kid?
That's it. I'm just putting the Jets kid. I'm just putting the Jets kid in front of him, and barely by a hair. Okay, out of respect, because the guy's a player. I've watched that guy. That guy's a player. I'll put Wilkins right up there with anybody 4 or 5 right there. He's right up there, dude. He's a stud, dude. He helps in everything, man, and he's a leader too. That's the other thing,
Yes.
I just think he's just a great example for your team.
Leonard Williams. Is he Leonard Williams?
Yeah, he's right around there.
Yeah, around there.
Yeah, he's in the same ballpark. That we're splitting hairs when we're talking about those guys.
He's awesome, dude.
He is
He's
absolutely.
a very good player. He's a very good
His,
player.
his stats, his play this year
All right,
was
okay.
absolutely sick. And let me tell you, get him a secondary, and everybody's numbers up front gets better.
Ooh,
that's the scary part.
Good point.
Okay.
Good
So,
point.
I just what'd you think of Tua firing Lee Steinberg and like kind of allowing the PR people kind of to take over everything now?
I always found it very odd that he had two teams, Athletes First and then Lee Steinberg. And I have respect for Lee Steinberg. I think probably he felt more comfortable with them or more relatable to them. And maybe the relationship with Steinberg got strained. I don't know. I always found it odd that he had two teams. One was handling marketing, one was his agent.
Usually you have the same company, same guy, and it's not like Steinberg doesn't have a marketing team.
Yeah, no, it didn't make any sense to me. But then, Tua, a lot of things about Tua doesn't make any sense to me, I'm just being honest.
No, but then again, listen, also, I got to look at it this way. If you're a young man, you're coming out of college, you're coming out with that hip injury and all of that, and you see a Lee Steinberg approach you, who's got that experience, that foundation, and where cachet. You're at now, that you've got to resell yourself.
Yeah.
Who better than to hire somebody as well connected and well respected as Lee Steinberg? So I kind of understand where that relationship builds. And then obviously Lee Steinberg and quarterbacks, dude. That's
yeah. The Lee Steinberg
he's got Pat Mahomes. It's not like he's got quarterbacks. So, and he's always had quarterbacks. Lee Steinberg has always had a ton of quarterbacks. So
he was a gold standard for agents. He was a gold standard for agents before he fell off.
Right. And by the way, I respect him more for that because he came back from alcoholism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To me, if you're able to look, man, everybody has demons. And if somehow or another, if you have a demon that takes you down, if you're able to fight it like he did, I'm really proud of that. Of anybody that out there that has been able to overcome, those kind of adversities. Yeah, exactly. Mike McDaniel did it, man. I find that very impressive when people are able to overcome those kind of things. But I can see where he needed him at that moment. And then I can see now where he wants to maybe consolidate it and make it a little easier where it's probably not as conflicting. You know what I'm saying? Because he's more established now. But I can see where some people think he dropped Lee Steinberg so he could go ask for a new contract. And I've cut that off over the last week. I'm like, dude, that has nothing to do with it. No, he knows, and whoever represents him knows they have no business walking into that building asking for a new contract right now.
I mean, you could ask, but
you can ask.
You could ask. And I'm glad you say that as a board member of the Tua Tagovailoa Tuanon. I respect that because it's real. You can ask. You're not going to get it, or if
you don't deserve it. You don't deserve it,
huh?
You don't deserve it. No. You don't deserve it. Sorry. Until availability is proven, you can't give it to him. Unfortunately,
that's fair.
I know he can. I've always known he can play. The only thing I ever had a concern about with the kid coming in was always his injury history. And listen, to this year, at least I give him credit, it really wasn't about injuries. It was about head trauma. And never his career was really about head trauma. So maybe if you learn how to manage that and you get rid of the ball early, maybe you can have yourself a really nice long career.
I don't want him getting rid of the ball early. I hate when you say that. I do hate when you say that. I do not want him getting rid of the ball early. The magic of Tua is that he holds onto the ball and he produces those big plays. Yes, it's magic. It's got him rated the number one quarterback in the NFL. He doesn't have to play hot potato with the ball like Jay Cutler. I'm sorry. Like
punishment.
What do you
mean?
Listen, all of the plays where he got hurt, except for maybe one, was just plays that are just football plays. They weren't him holding on to the ball too long.
What are you talking about? He held on to the ball too long in Alabama two fat guys that wear 300
I'm talking
pounds.
the NFL. I'm talking the NFL. Don't do that. Don't do
In
that.
Alabama, he busted his ankle twice in 4 or 5 seconds by holding. Now he's got titanium rods.
Okay,
And
bring up the
then
NFL. I'm talking concussions. Don't do that. I'm talking concussions.
This last one against Green Bay was 4.81 seconds. And he thinks he can outrun people.
And he was evading the pressure, which you love when it's Dan Marino. And then when it's Tua, you hate it.
No. Marino doesn't evade any pressure. He makes one step to the side and throws the ball. Just like Peyton Manning, just like Tom Brady, just like Drew Brees, just like all of these stiffs that their busts in Canton have better movement than they do.
Jim Kelly.
Okay, and that's if Tua wants to end up with a busting Canton, he's got to do the same thing all those great quarterbacks did. They didn't scramble, they didn't run around. They made a quick decision.
But Brett Favre scrambles and runs around, and it's magic.
Brett Favre is an Iron Man. Remember that? Do you remember the nickname Iron Man? That's not
Aaron Rodgers scrambles around.
No, that's an athlete. That's an athlete.
Okay, and Tua's not that.
I didn't mention athletes when I mentioned Marino and Peyton.
All right, fine.
Okay, when I mentioned Drew Brees, these aren't athletes. They're statues. They're Hall of Fame statues. The same statue that you see in Canton is the same thing that took a snap. Same thing. Same exact thing.
Jim Kelly wasn't
but they were just as good as everybody else. They didn't have to move around. You don't really have to move around a ton. You just need to manipulate the pocket, use your eyes, make a quick decision, get rid of the football. Dan Marino never put a shoulder into a defender ever in his life, and he had no plans on ever doing it.
Wow. None. Because he ran and put a shoulder into the defender. That's an exhibit of
fresh off a concussion. Remember? And then he goes to the sideline and says, Coach, I needed that. That's when you smack him on the head and say, what are you, you dumbass? You don't need that. Nobody needs that.
Listen,
no quarterback needs that.
It's called football. It's a very physical game. And to get it to we on I Am Athlete, we did sit down with Lawrence Taylor, which is out now on the on YouTube. Very phenomenal sit down you brought up the old guys. Lawrence Taylor never had a filter. As he's aged, his filter's gotten worse. And he brings up this generation of quarterbacks, and he's like, okay, I can never consider Tom Brady the greatest because Tom Brady, you can't touch him. You can't even hit him. He's like Joe Montana will always.
And you're trying to talk like Lawrence, by the way, when you're doing those answers.
Yeah. He's like, you can't touch him. Funny moment because he gives his top 5, which is the funniest moment is he gives his top 5 of defensive players, right? And he's listing them off. 2 probably controversial picks in it. You got to go see his top 5, and then he gets to. They ask him about Aaron Donald because, people will argue that, generational players, Aaron Donald and Lawrence Taylor are probably the best defensive players of all time. I don't agree, but I can hear the conversation. And he doesn't have Aaron Donald in his top 5. And then he goes, but I'll put him in there if you want me to. And it was so
who else did he have that he didn't put Aaron Donald in there?
He put Deacon Jones in his top 5. I never saw Deacon Jones play.
Deacon Jones is a badass, yeah.
He basically said Deacon Jones, he was like, Deacon Jones made people deaf. Like that was
he had the helmet slap. Yeah, you could get away with that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he had Ronnie Lott, which I
have no problem with Ronnie Lott in there.
But you put Ronnie Lott over
Aaron Donald?
No, Hurricane
defense. Over Ed Reed?
Yeah.
Yes, because Ed Reed is like Deion Sanders. Both are the best safety cover corner. Ronnie Lott and Rod Woodson are absolutely complete. They were cover guys, but they could also knock your pecker in your
telling
sock.
Me Ed Reed couldn't knock your socks off? No, come on, bro. Stop it.
No.
You telling me Ed Reed doesn't have decleaters?
No. He might have a couple, but it's not Ronnie Lott, bro. Ronnie Lott and guys like that those are the nasty, like Steve Atwater types that they brought the house when they hit you, dude. No.
Are you really like
the physicality of Ronnie Lott can never be compared. Ed Reed doesn't even come close. He's not even the same.
I didn't say he comes close. I would rather have the ball skills of Ed Reed. Ed Reed was.
That's what I'm telling you. Ronnie Lott had the same ball skills, just like Rod Woodson had the same ball skills. But the other thing was they were going to knock the shit out of you.
No,
so that's not.
okay.
I've always been a guy. I'm the guy that tells you can have Deion Sanders. I'll take Rod Woodson. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm that guy. I'm taking Rod Woodson because Rod Woodson was the ultimate two-way corner. That I know Deion could cover, but Deion ain't gonna give you the same run support that this guy is, and Ed Reed ain't gonna give you the same run support that Ronnie Lott, because Ronnie Lott thought like a linebacker, bro. He knocked the crowd. That's the guy that went to the sideline and said, "Yeah, cut the tip of my finger off. I need to finish the game."
Wow. Okay. You know what? Considering Ronnie Lott has 63 interceptions and Ed Reed has 64 interceptions, I will concede in this argument.
Well, the difference, Omar, is I've watched both of them play.
I watched Ronnie Lott, but I watched the aged version.
You watched the end of Ronnie Lott. I watched everything of Ronnie Lott, and Ronnie Lott was, and Rod Woodson. Everybody talks Deion Sanders, and I get it as a cover corner. Okay, I'll give him the edge. But go look at Rod Woodson's stats and look at that.
No. And we sat down and we talked to him on I Am Athlete as well.
Rod Woodson is one of the most baddest mofos to ever walk the face of the earth, dude. He is just special. And for me, Ronnie Lott, if Lawrence had him in the top 5, no problem with that, dude.
Rod Woodson is coaching the XFL, the Vegas Vipers.
I know.
Right?
I know. Yeah.
I'm curious. You think XFL takes off?
Omar, I don't think any of these things take off unless the NFL embraces it. And then that way we have a connection and a feeder system, and the back end of your roster, your practice squad players or your third quarterback, like Skylar Thompson or something is playing. So now you'll get the Dolphin
like NFL Europe, Europe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. But again, it can't be Europe. You got to put it here. So now you have a chance where we can go watch them and all those kind of things.
Watch them develop. Okay.
Watch them develop. There has to be that
feeder system like the NBA and the G League, where you're sending your players down, and we're curious to see how they play.
Right, exactly. Oh, you're developing that Duncan Robinson kid. Oh, wow, he's coming back and forth for a 10-day contract. Holy shit. This guy's turning into a player.
So each XFL team has to be a feeder pattern for like the AFC East and the AFC North. Like you gotta designate.
You're not going to have 32, but maybe you can have 16 of those teams, and then the 32 teams, 2 teams share one. You know what I mean? And then that way they have players in there, and you know what? They can also. It's a feeder system for their coaches too. That's another thing that they can do because they're what's it called? What are those those quality control coaches and all? You can send those guys down in the offseason if they want, so they can start to develop their skills as a tight ends coach.
I like your game. I like your plan. I would, in fact, also say I want it in Europe because you got to build that brand of football, and I think that's how you started out. I like the NFL Europe model. I really did. I
enjoyed it too, but we're different. We're football geeks. There's not enough of those people. They need the fringe fan to get on board. That's what takes everything over the top. You know what I'm saying? The hardcore is always going to be there, but it's the other people that you need that join in every week in regular games, playoffs, and the Super Bowl now that will really get even more than the fringe now. We'll get all kinds of people, watching this.
People watching commercials and watching. Oh, yeah, I got to figure out who's performing with Rihanna. They haven't said.
I don't know, but I am looking forward to that one. Actually, I like
Rihanna's back from pregnancy. Yeah, maybe she has a new song.
I'm a Rihanna fan. I'm a Rihanna fan. I like that. That's that should be.
You going to the Beyonce concert?
No, no, I can't afford that.
Hey, I appreciate the honesty. Like, yeah, I mean,
I'm a concert snob.
Yes.
So I'm not going to sit all the way in the back.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been to 12, 13, 1,400 concerts in my life. If I'm going to go to a concert, I need to be close.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this one question.
I gotta see her up close if I'm going to.
Okay, let me ask you this one question.
By the way, I gotta be honest. I'm really more of her Destiny Child days than I am her music.
Fine. Let me ask you this question. Have you ever seen Beyonce in concert?
No.
Oh,
I have
then
not.
You definitely should go.
I know it's a show.
Listen,
amazing.
She is the greatest performer I've ever seen in my lifetime, and like there's no close second. And I'm not even a big Beyonce fan. I can't
Have you
tell you.
Have you been to Bruno Mars?
Yes, I've seen Bruno Mars perform. I wish I would see him perform in Vegas. I would like to see that. But Beyonce, showmanship, performing. I've seen her perform probably about 4 times, like 2 concerts with her husband, once by herself, maybe 3 concerts with her husband. That was in my dating phase,
I've seen her husband. I've seen her husband.
Her husband's great. She's phenomenal. She steals she is the show. So I would tell you, it's even worth it just to be in the nosebleed. I've sat in the nosebleed for Beyonce, and it's phenomenal. I would probably.
I know, but I can't. I just can't do that.
I've sat in the front too.
It's not in my DNA to sit in the rafters anymore. If I go to a concert, I gotta have good tickets. I gotta be able to see the show up close, feel it. See the performance. Check out the musician.
I'm curious what the concert tickets are going for. You can
make
me
I'm
look it
sure
up now.
They're expensive as hell. Those concerts, that concert ticket. Okay, I mean Bruce Springsteen just performed, and I love Bruce. I've seen him several times, but I wasn't going to go see him at the Hard Rock because the tickets were absolutely crazy. But I've already seen him for a fraction of that money a whole bunch of times. So it's like I've gotten to a point too with some bands that I've seen them so much. I told you.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Nosebleed is $550. Nosebleed.
Yeah, I'm not paying that. Not paying that.
Bro, holy crap.
No, not paying that. So yeah. Unfortunately.
Oh my God, it starts at $550. Nosebleed.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Holy crap.
You don't remember, Omar, you don't make any money selling your music anymore because all they do is steal it. So you have the only way they make money nowadays is touring. And she doesn't come out and just sing. She has an entire production.
Oh yeah, production.
There's a lot of money on the stage and the people, man.
Have you watched her Coachella performance?
Yeah, no, I've seen on YouTube I've seen her several times. Yes.
Oh, Coachella, yes. That's a good representation of who Beyonce is and what she does on stage.
Yeah,
but $550? Ooh, I'm out, baby. I'm out, B. I'm out. Like $550?
Yeah, but the Beehive,
I'll go as high as $350 a ticket. That's the height.
All right.
$550?
Yeah.
Woo, B.
Yeah, that's the kind of money I pay for, I don't know, U2 at Madison Square Garden right up front, or something like that. That I have to or I'm going to Dublin, Ireland or something and see U2 and I'm up front and I'm paying $300, $400, $500. Okay, I got to do that for something like that. I'm at London O2 Arena to go see whatever Metallica.
So that basically comes up because that one doesn't even give you the Ticketmaster charge. So that comes up to basically 2 tickets, $1,300 in the nosebleeds.
I'll give you a great example. You said how much it was? $500-$600 for the nosebleeds?
Yeah.
$550. Okay. I just paid for Mexico City in 2024 to go see Metallica, Greta Van Fleet, and Pantera. I paid $400. I'm up front for 2 nights. So I
Why
get
would you
to
go
see
to a concert for 2
Metallica and the
nights?
other bands in 2 concerts because it's 2 concerts, no repeats. So they're playing 2 full concerts, not 1 repeated song. So you're getting you're getting 2 full sets of Metallica.
That's dope.
Exactly.
That's
Right,
dope.
Of course that's dope.
Hold on, for 2 nights, you got
Yeah.
400 a ticket or 400
400 a ticket for the 2 nights. Okay, that's not a bad deal.
That's not a bad deal. They're
Now,
gonna play.
now I do have to fly. Now I do have to fly to Mexico City. I do have to get a hotel, but I am going to be there for 4 days, so I'll get to hang out. I'll see Mexico City. I'll go see some ruins and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
and
you
then
make
I'll
a
see
vacation
2
around it.
freaking amazing concerts, and I'm in the freaking pit. So it's like,
Hey, I would love to see a Jay-Z concert, no repeats. That's dope.
Well, that's the kind of thing Metallica does. So
wow.
But and so I paid less than that for that concert, and I'm gonna get something that is super special out of it because I get to see, I don't know, 45 songs, 50 songs.
Yeah.
And not one of them repeated 2 nights in a row, which to me is amazing because that means they will not play Enter Sandman in 2 concerts, which you would figure Enter Sandman for Metallica is in every single concert. So, but the thing is, everybody that went that first night is going to the second night. So
That
they already
is a phenomenal concept of a concert. Phenomenal. Yeah. No repeats.
Yeah. And by the way, I'm doing the same concert in Quebec, in Canada this August. I'm flying up for that.
The exact same concert? Why would you?
Same thing. 2 nights, 2 different concerts. Yes. So I don't know how many.
Hold on, same bands?
Same band, yeah. But I'm seeing them this year in 2023 in August. The other one is in 2024 in September. So I'm sure that in those 4 concerts, I will still get different music also. It won't be the same because that's not what Metallica does. They kind of change up their sets all the time. So yeah.
I want to go see a Vegas residency. Somebody I don't really care who it is, but I've never seen a Vegas residency performance. Okay. But that would mean I'd have to go to Vegas, and I'm not a Vegas fan. I hate Vegas, to be honest with you.
Love Vegas, and I go for none of the stuff that everybody else goes for. It's not really about just gambling and Lamar Odom whore chasing and bachelor parties. No, it's for concerts, for shows, the Pinball Hall of Fame, food. That's what I like to do, bro. You know, Fremont Street, which is a blast now. Fremont Street is pretty cool. A lot of things to do. There's a lot of things to do, bro, when you go to Vegas.
I'll try it again eventually. I'm sure I'll be forced to.
Give it a chance to do other things that are
I do other things. I don't find gambling and certainly.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not the gambler and the party guy, all that stuff. That's never been you. I know that. But that's what I'm saying.
I'm totally a partier guy. No, don't do me like that.
You know the kind of partier that I'm talking about.
Oh, the horrors. Okay, yes.
Yeah, and coked out and wasted and thrown on that's not who you are. I get it. You can have a couple drinks like the rest of us. I get that, dude.
People don't realize I don't even drink anymore.
To get the guys that go to get completely in the sewage. You know what I'm saying? That's not really what I want to do. It's just like, that doesn't attract me, overall. But
I could do that. I don't. And that's the thing about living in Miami. You spoil yourself because Miami, it's as debaucherous as you want it to be. Like you don't have to go to Vegas to do debauchery.
I know.
Like
right, exactly.
Debauchery is like 20 minutes away from me. Like
all over the place. South Beach has got it all, right?
It's everywhere over here. Like so, but yeah. Oh, I didn't give you the recap.
Okay.
I should have called you Friday. My anniversary. My wife actually did take me on a vacation to the Keys. She took me and my daughter on a trip to the Keys.
Sandals?
No. We were at a very nice hotel. I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't right. It was at the very top of and it was remodeled and it had a great view of the pier. Because in the Keys, the views of hotels are horrible. And my wife, I've realized this now, my wife needs a great view from her hotel. It's only taken me 7 years to figure this out. And if she does not have a great view from her hotel, she's not going to like it. So we were literally at the pier, one of the piers. So you had the view of the boat. We saw the sun come up from our balcony. It was dope. My daughter loved. My daughter loved. Key West. It was Key West.
Okay. Wow, it went all the way down. Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we went all the way down. Yeah. I don't like any of the other keys.
Oh, Isla Morada's cool. I like Isla Morada.
It's all right.
Yeah. No. Have you ever been to Bartender's Weekend back in the day in Isla Morada?
I'm sure I've been to a lot of those places via boat, to be honest with you.
Back in the 80s?
Oh, no.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That was fun. Those were the days. All right. Tell them about I Am Athlete, bro.
As I said, we got the Lawrence Taylor interview up now. I'm pretty sure he's going to be doing Super Bowl rounds, but to see a legend talk about, and it really just, that conversation just reminds me about the ageism in football. We forget about the generations. Like Lawrence Taylor created an entire defense. Like he's the man behind that. It's the origins of the 3-4. Like
the ultimate werewolf. The ultimate werewolf.
Yeah, and he told some great stories about, how he forgot games and shit like that. How he forgot games the night of the game.
Did you guys ask him about the story when he showed up to practice in handcuffs?
No, I've never heard that one. Yeah, no.
Ask him next time. All right, follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly, baby. And, of course, catch I Am Athlete. Make sure you subscribe and follow. And catch him every Wednesday here on the platform. Omar, as always, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro.
You got it. There you go. Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the Essential Moving Experts Miami Dolphins Exchange with Omar Kelly. When you're looking for local, home, long moving services, or office relocation, call Essential Moving Experts at 305-602-8369. Flat rates and no surprise charges. EssentialMovingExperts.com. 305-602-8369. Miami Dolphins fans, follow Big O Radio Show on all platforms and keep up with your favorite NFL team.
Yes, Essential Moving Experts. Call my man Sean. He knows how to get it done. Sean Williams. And let me tell you something, man, long moving services, short moving services, if you're moving your business, you name it, across the country, across any state, they're in Daytona. That's where their home base is. So make sure you reach out to my friends at Essential Moving Experts, 386-213-4050. That's 213-4050. For Essential Moving Experts. All right. Let's see what we got here. Omar has never been to the Keys. Key West is for the birds. Oh, but Key West is fun, dude. I like Key West. I don't mind Key West. I do enjoy Isla Morada. And Key Largo's not too bad either. Oh, best show ever I saw was James Brown after he got out of jail in San Francisco. Ohio players, Bootsy Collins, Clyde on the drums. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. That's one hell of a show, I gotta say. 550, I can get better views at Tootsie's. Yep, and you still probably won't get laid. Let's see, what else do we have here? Richard Dent, Wilbur Marshall, Jack Ham, Mike Singletary, Aaron Donald, about 35th out of the defensive greats. Let's see. Jay-Z, most overrated rapper. Let's see. I love Ed Reed, but his, not Ronnie Lott. It's just we get kind of, I think some of us down here get jaded a little bit because we're here. And then we think everything here automatically is the best. And sometimes we're not really objective. And I think in Omar's case, too, he didn't really get to truly see Ronnie Lott play. Those of us that saw Ronnie Lott play, that he's like an Aaron Donald at that safety spot. Guy can play corner, guy can play safety. He's just a freak of a talent. Troy Polamalu was a bad man too, Jayhawk. There's no doubt, but I'll take Ronnie Lott over Troy Polamalu all the time, every single moment of every single day. He's at another level. Okay, to me, when we talk about Ronnie Lott, there are very few football players in the history of the game that are at his level. Okay, that's where I hold Ronnie Lott. I hold Ronnie Lott right up there with the best QB that you could ever think of, whether it's Montana, whether it's Brady, whatever, he's right up there. And if you want to talk about Aaron Donald and you want to talk about, Bruce Smith, and you want to talk about like the ultimate defensive players and Lawrence Taylor, Ronnie Lott is right up there. That's who he is, dude, in my eyes. Sean Taylor was amazing too, but Sean Taylor didn't live long enough to be put in the Ronnie Lott conversation. He had the potential to get there, but unfortunately he did not complete his career because of an absolutely disgusting tragedy that should have never happened. I mean, just, terrible, dude. Can't even believe that kind of crap would happen. And that poor young man ended up losing his life and family and everything. And really, what a shame. Every time you think about that story, it's just absolutely brutal. Anyway, remember, you can reach out to us if you want to make a donation at Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. Duran Duran, the Future Past Tour. Chic is going to be one of the opening bands, and Bastille. Are they coming to, Sunrise, June 18th, Tampa, June 17th, Atlanta, June 15th. Not bad. Our friends in Seattle will get Duran Duran and Chic, Nile Rodgers, Chic, in May 31st. Dallas, Texas will get it June 10th. Nashville, I'm dying to visit Nashville, man. June 13th. Vegas, baby, August 26th. Chicago, September 1st. If any of you want to see Duran Duran. Boston, September 6th. Philly, September 7th. Pittsburgh, September 9th. Washington, September 13th. And Toronto, September 19th. Those are some of the dates that I just got for Duran Duran. I think that might be one I like to go to, actually. I think I might enjoy that one. Oh, we got a little bit of a dip. We got a dip right now in crypto. Just dipped under 23, 22,851. Boy, Polygon has been moving, dude. That has been awesome. Those of you that stuck with Polygon, it's paying off. H-bar moving. Love it, man. Crypto market is moving, man. Big time. Love it. Although stock market, Dow Jones is down 103 points, S&P down 34. So not everything is moving in a positive direction right now. A couple dips in crypto and a little dip right now in the stock market overall. It's a beautiful thing. All right, let's see. Buy that dip. All right, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? Eagles favored by 1.5, over and unders 51 for the Super Bowl on Sunday. Chiefs plus 105, Eagles minus 125. We got the Heat tonight at Miami-Dade Arena. Both arenas don't have a sponsor now. Miami Arena doesn't have one. And the Sunrise Arena, because it's the FLA Live Arena, both looking for sponsors. It's interesting. Anyway, Heat and Pacers tonight. Heat are favored by 6.5. I don't know if you should take that chance. That's all I got to say. Over and under is 223. Pacers are plus 220 on the money line, and the Heat are minus 260. They should win, but are you sure they'll win by 6.5 is the question. So we'll see what happens there. Giovanni says Duran is awesome. Saw them about 5 times in concert. Underrated band. I agree. Chic without Bernard Edwards, that's pushing it. R.I.P. Richard, come on, dude. I get it, but Chic without Nile Rodgers is nothing. Okay? That's how it's said. All right, my brother? Nile Rodgers is one of the greatest songwriters, producers in the history of music. Period. End of story. Okay? That guy's written so many songs and so many riffs for so many bands. He's produced so many hits for all kinds of legendary acts, from David Bowie to Madonna to Duran. And he is the heart and soul of Chic. So, you can tell me, you want to tell me that, God, what? Now I'm brain farting his name. Like Earth, Wind, and Fire. What's his name now? White. When he passed away, you want to tell me, oh well, he still had Bailey and all. Okay, but without my man Maurice White, okay, you ain't got no Earth, Wind, and Fire. But if I really want to look at it, Nile Rodgers is the guy. I mean, come on, man. It's that you lose that, and then you lose everything. So I don't know. I would disagree with you. Yeah, it sucks to not have him, but Nile Rodgers is the man that stirs that drink every single time. Let's see. Big O knows Chicken Ranch. No, I know the Bunny Ranch, not the Chicken Ranch. Okay, I go to the Bunny Ranch all the time. I'd rather waterboard myself than to see Beyonce. Wow. Okay. All right. I get it, bro. Hot women is not your thing. That's fine. Lester Hayes was better than Ronnie Lott. Oh. Tom, you just lost all. You just lost everything on this show. That was terrible. That was as terrible as it gets. That's and Lester Hayes is a hell of a player, but put him in the same class as Ronnie Lott. What are you, Raiders fan or something? Wilkins owns Josh Allen's mind. He causes mistakes by getting people's. You talk about Christian. I see. Either way, man, Christian Wilkins is a bad man. Kyle says Matic is moving is right. Yeah, man, it's been moving. It was like it was under, what was it? I tweeted this out just a little bit ago with Matic, which is just crazy to think the run it's been on. It's up 57% in the last month. Okay. So being up at $1.32 where it was just a few minutes ago, and it was in the 70s or 80s, I think it was. It's crazy how it's moving. So, yeah, Frankie, Deion Sanders is just under Ronnie Lott in my book. He's a notch just under. Ronnie was complete, and Deion was not. So to me, that's the difference of the two. Lenny says, I caught the tail end of Ronnie Lott's career when he played for the Raiders and Jets, and he was still a really good player then. I was too young for the San Francisco days. He ultimate badass is Ronnie Lott. There's no doubt about that. All right, what else do we have going on in the world of sports? By the way, Matt Verderam, we had to reschedule him. He's on Radio Row right now, so he will join us either tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure, Thursday or Friday. We're going to reschedule him, and we'll get him there. Eric Edholm from NFL.com, NFL Draft Insider, is going to join us at noon. I got a bunch of things to talk to him about, Senior Bowl wise, some of the positions that Miami might be looking at in the draft. And he's obviously a draft guy, so we can start to talk a little bit about, tight end, middle linebacker, coverage safety, things like that, positions that Fangio might be looking for, that kind of thing. So we'll talk to Ed about that and whatever else he saw at the Senior Bowl that he really liked. Some of the players out there. I want to ask him about the Tulane running back that was at the Senior Bowl, Diane Henley, the Washington State linebacker. I think that's another guy that's kind of interesting. Sidney Brown was the other kid from Illinois, the strong safety, another guy that showed coverage skills, and that's might be a guy that they're going to bring in to, compete with Brandon Jones for that spot. Things are going to change a little bit around here. Frankie Fresco, thank you for the love on the super chat. The Acclaim versus the Guns on AEW Wednesday. Okay. Well, I think when you name yourself the Acclaim, I'm not sure if I, feel that that's like necessarily an intimidating name. But when you say the Guns, now that, see, there's a reference to that. Not just a regular gun, but the Guns. You know what I'm saying? Not that I have any, but obviously the Guns has got to have some guns being in wrestling. And so Sean Stanley, I can already see him, kind of. Let me see. There, now we can see him. Okay. So I'm going with the Guns. I think they're going to come out firing today and put Acclaim away. Sean, what do I get for my Guns prediction? Plus, I like Guns N' Roses.
Yep.
There's no band name Acclaim. Now there was John McCain and John McClane, and he was in the Nakatomi, but I'm going with the Guns. By the way, John McClane used guns in the Nakatomi. Yippee-ki-yay, mofo. What you got for me?
I think you might be onto something, but I think if I'm Tony Khan tonight, the X Factor is going to be Billy Gunn, who is the Gunn's father, but he manages the Acclaimed. Well, I think tonight is the night that he schmozzes it all and goes to the Guns, and the Guns become tag team champions. That's what I would do. So I agree with you on the Guns.
All right. Well, and Khan and Gunn are kind of close. They don't necessarily rhyme, but you could probably do some kind of a rap with Khan and Gunn. Plus,
listen,
Shad Khan, right? The owner has got this loops over his mustache. They're kind of like guns. So he's got guns at the end of each of his mustaches. So I'm going with the Guns.
The Guns. The Guns.
That's it. Shad Khan has those guns at the end of his mustache. So I'm going the Guns on AEW today. Okay. And LA Guns. There you go. That's a good one, King Short. I love LA. Carlos says, not a political issue. What's up with Joe Biden's wife kissing Kamala Harris's husband on the lips last night? Dude, the American people do that all the time. Latin people don't do that, but American people kiss each other on the lips all the time. What's the big deal, bro? Ask more about why is Marjorie Taylor Greene being voted in and being left in there. That's what you got to ask. Why that piece of crap is actually even allowed in government. And Matt Gaetz. And by the way, Mitt Romney giving George Santos yesterday the business was awesome. Okay? Fantastic. Listen, I'm not a fan of the Dems, and I'm definitely not a fan of this Republican Party that's going on now. It's a disgrace. They are so morally corrupt, it's not even funny. Trump, Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, George Santos. I mean, you can easily see what's developing. I mean, it is so obvious what's developing. And like, it's like the country has no choice. They're going to vote Democrat only because how polluted that party is. And the world is getting more liberal, not conservative. And let me tell you, that abortion law right there that they want to overturn, that they're already overturning it in 12 states and all that, that's going to get you unelected. Less people think that way. More people think the other way. These are the kind of things that they're doing. By allowing Trump into that party, it has destroyed that party. The good thing is, what's the name of that big Republican convention that they have, that they've put in hundreds of millions of dollars into the party? They invited all of the candidates except Trump. The guy that runs it even said, we cannot have Trump. We have to have somebody else. So some people in the Republican Party are finally getting smart. But the only way the Republicans take over the Democrats is by filtering out the George Santos and the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Gates and the Trumps of the world and that MAGA way of thinking. Because the MAGA way of thinking is what's buried that party. And you can see it, dude. Look how they acted yesterday. It's disgraceful. It is disgraceful. And when they didn't, the old man pulled an okey doke on them on the Social Security thing. Okay. Whether privatizing it or not, I'm not smart enough, but I until I see a plan that I could actually, agree with, I'm keeping it the way it is. The devil, is better. But the abortion thing, that's going to bury you. Most of the country, the majority of the country wants women to have abortion rights. They've got to stop doing things that go against this, the direction the country is going in. It's a real shame, but and dude, I'm a guy that my voter's registration card still says Republican on it. Okay? Still says it. But my God, that group now where it's at, and because they've allowed the orange-haired man in there, that has destroyed everything for them. They need to wash themselves away from those people. That's the only way they cut the gap. If they keep burying themselves with those people, it just is going to hurt them in a big time way. It's just, you see it, man. You see it. I don't even think DeSantis, if the economy does bounce back in the next year or two, no Republican can win. Doesn't matter. Because if you're going to take that hardline conservative approach, that's not where the country's going in. You're going to lose the majority of the vote every single time. Those ultra conservatives, remember I told you, they're loud and they're the minority. But they're not even close to being the majority. And you're forcing laws on people that they don't want those laws. So it's the Republican Party's at a really, really difficult situation right now. And they need to have some kind of a enema and get rid of some of these people. I mean, how they've kept George Santos around is just nuts, dude. Nuts. You don't need that in your party. But why? Because, if you let him go, a Democrat's going to win that seat. But you would rather have that representing you? I mean, did you see all those people travel from his district in New York to Washington with the petitions and everything? I mean, it's disgraceful. It really is. So at least it looks like people in the Republican Party are getting smart. The problem is the bigger people in the Republican Party are afraid because they're afraid of Trump's little fanatical base. That's the problem. And that's the issue. And they can't go against the orange man because they're afraid of their fanatical base. But at one point or another, they're going to have to man up or woman up if it's Nikki Haley. But you're going to actually, Nikki Haley's the only one that's womaned up so far, actually. She's the only one that's mentioned that she might race. Politics is, God, the Dems are super irresponsible with money, but man, the Republicans have got some problems. They've got to flush out that sewage. Because how do you have Marjorie Taylor Greene in your government? My God, that is one gross piece of crap. Really is. So anyway, let's see. Big O, what do you think about DB? I got 5 minutes late today. DB. What is about? Oh, the new DB, the defensive coordinator. Are you talking about? Is that what you're talking about? It's for the Canes. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Doesn't DeSantis fit in? Yeah, that's the thing. If DeSantis wants to go, you know what? DeSantis will bury himself if he does go to the extreme on the abortion issue. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, because he thinks he has a lot of that conservative thinking. You know, even though fiscally, I think he runs things pretty good overall, but he does, his policies are, so yeah, it's going to hurt him. Listen, if the economy does do well from here on out, nobody wins. The Dems will stay in office. They'll vote for they'll vote for Biden if they take off. If the economy goes to crap, then that opens the door for DeSantis. Trump has no shot at winning. None. And any Republican that thinks so, you are blinded. I get that you can't change the Trumpies. They have no objectivity. They don't see anything. They don't know anything. They're ignorant as hell. There's nothing more ignorant than a Trumpy. Nothing more ignorant. Okay? It's shameful how ignorant they are. They have no shot. They've lost every election, period. And they're losing every election by a bigger number and a bigger number and a bigger number. So in 2024, they'll get absolutely trashed. The Republican Party has to flush Trump down the toilet and start anew, or if not, they're going to bury their party even more. You can see it happening. You can see it developing. You can see it all over our country. You can see it in women in general all over our country. They're disgusted by the overturning of Roe v. Wade. So that is going to bury the Republicans alone. That extreme conservative thinking does not help in today's world. This world isn't extreme conservative. This world is the world, and the United States are much more liberal than that. And if they don't change, they will get run over because the majority will keep voting against you. And that's what keeps happening over and over again. So it all depends on what way the economy goes. If the economy continues to grow and everything goes in a good direction, the Dems will keep it. And even if there's struggles or a little bit, if they actually settle on Trump, they will keep it. If the Republicans go in another direction, they will have a chance, but they will only have a chance if the economy doesn't do well. Because if the economy does well, people aren't going to change. They're going to stay with it. You know what I mean? It's a really screw. I don't think any of us win with the Dems or the Republicans, but you can see that fight right now, and the Republicans are losing it badly, dude. Badly. They got to get smart. If they don't, Brett says, I don't know what I detest more, the extreme left or the extreme right. I detest both. The extreme left and the extreme right are what's screwing us all up. Okay? All of it. Okay? Whether it's Ocasio, who's against unions, which that's so un-American, or the crap that goes on the other side, like abortion, all that other stuff. It's yeah, dude. Yeah. So, anyway, I will enjoy DeSantis embarrassing Trump, and oh God, he's going to crush him. That's good. I am going to enjoy that. That's going to be so fun because he has the old man has no material. Yeah. DeSantis will kill him. He's going to absolutely. Trump's going to get seriously embarrassed during all of this. This is going to be a lot of fun to watch. I'm going to enjoy it personally. The more suffering and more losses for Trump, for me, it's a lot of fun to watch. So all I know is that George Santos has made profound contributions to the field of thermodynamics and electromagnetics. Thank you, George. Texas needs to get rid of Cancun Ted Cruz. Well, send a cold front to the state, and then he'll go to Cancun. That's it. Both extremes, left and right, are what's wrong in this country. Amen. Problem is the internet and social media is what made this problem. No internet, we wouldn't have these extremes. It wouldn't be as bad, but yeah, it is. Let's see. I stand corrected myself. I didn't mean Ronnie Lott, meant Lester Hayes. Ronnie Lott is probably in the top 3 safeties all time. It doesn't matter who you want. Mike Haynes, Lester Hayes, neither one is in Ronnie Lott's level. Hell of both incredible players. But they're not in Ronnie Lott's level. They're not. Does Trump even run Republican if DeSantis takes the nomination? I easily see running independent. No, dude, he already has declared. He's declared. Some of you don't even follow politics. I had a buddy of mine a couple months ago. Oh, Trump isn't running. It's like, dude, you don't know shit, dude. It's like he's sending 7 lackeys out there to run so he can get him into the house so then he can set himself up. What do you mean he's not running? Of course he's running. It's like some of you out there don't even follow politics. You don't even know what the hell is going on. It's really amazing, you know? But what are you going to do? And by the way, he needs to run Republican. By the way, that independent thing, just to make you sound even more ridiculous, he needs to run Republican so he can break the party down from within. And the more people run, the more it gets spread out the votes. And so then it helps him because then his small fanatical base will still be the majority. Because then some are voting for Pompeo and some are voting for Haley and some are voting for DeSantis, and so on and so forth. You know who might be an interesting candidate is Manchin. Because he seems to be kind of in the middle of the Republicans and the Democrats. He kind of, he's kind of in the middle. I mean, it's hard to trust any of them, but I almost see like Manchin being the guy that kind of really, because it's almost like you got to find somebody that can try to, bridge the two gaps and try to relate to the two sides, because that's something that we don't do. But it's hard. There's a lady in Indiana. She's interesting. She's a Ukrainian. I'm forgetting her name, but she's a Republican, and she has more common sense. And she's Ukrainian, voted in. She's a senator, and she has more common sense than 75% of the Republicans in her party. I forgot her name now, but she actually, Devil Horns Manchin. Yeah, but he seems to be in the middle of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's just, you gotta find a guy or a woman that's kind of in the middle that doesn't lean heavily to one end or the other, because then they give in so much to the interest of the extremes on each side. It's crazy, man. We're all screwed. We're all screwed. It doesn't matter who's in office. Let's just not put a hateful person in there. That's all I want. Just somebody that, hey, yeah, you're an anti-Semite. Let's have some dinner. Oh, Charlottesville. Yeah, no, there's great people on both sides. Oh, hey, Proud Boys, stand down and stand by. Let's stay away from people like that. That's all. Republican Governor Baker of Massachusetts. Can't say I know enough, Lucas, so I can't argue with you, agree or disagree with you or something. You might be right, So I'm not sure, but it's got to be other people, man. It's got to be other people that can help our country. God. Anyway, what are you going to do, right? Did you guys hear about Aaron Rodgers? So Aaron Rodgers now is going to decide his future by going to a retreat. But here's the best part about this retreat. He's actually going to be in a dark room for 4 days. 4 days. So he was on the Pat McAfee podcast, which he does every week, and he intends to lock himself in darkness for 4 days. Now, it's calling it a darkness retreat. He explained it. It all entails heading to a little house where he'll be completely by himself in a room. He said there's a slot where food will be delivered to him occasionally, but outside of that, he intends on having no contact with anybody or anything for roughly 96 hours. It's 4 nights of complete darkness. You're not locked in. You can leave. If you can't do it, you could just walk out the door, but it's a darkness retreat. Says, I've had a number of friends who have done it. What kind of friends do you hang around with that have done that? Okay. And had some profound experiences. And it's something that's been on my radar for a few years now. I felt like it'd be awesome to do regardless of where I was leaning after this season. So it's been on the calendar for months and months and months. It's coming up in a couple of weeks. So you can't turn on the lights. You can't stand peeing, right? You got to sit down to pee so that way you don't miss and you don't hit anything that you would have to at least raise the top. But, peeing in the dark is not an easy thing. Every guy in the world has, at one point or another, had to pee in the toilet in the dark. Okay? And, you got to, that first part of the stream might come out kind of weak. And then it kicks in, so it may miss the rim, and you don't hear the hitting the water of the toilet. It's kind of the side. You're like trying to adjust, and you know what I'm saying, guys. You know what I'm saying. And then sometimes if it's in the middle and you're half asleep and you're peeing, you're hearing it hit the water, but then all of a sudden it doesn't hit the water. You're like, oh, I'm not hitting the water. I'm hitting the side of the toilet or something, right? So peeing in the dark, you got to do it sitting down, because if not, you're going to make a mess. It's, bouncing off the damn toilet, hitting you, all that. You don't want that. That's a mess. Okay, so then when you go to the bathroom, how are you going to clean yourself? What's up with that? Do you shower? Do you stay 4 days in bed without showering? That becomes a musty, stanky, bed 4 days in a row. And 4 days in a row, what do you do about thinking? And I don't know, you're not playing any games or anything on your phone. You're not answering texts or emails or something. What do you do for 4 days in the darkness? And how is that therapy? How isn't it therapy? I don't know, chilling on the Caribbean on a hammock with a Perdomo cigar. That's I got to tell you something. You get me a 10th anniversary Maduro. I'm on a tropical island. I'm getting a little sun. The wife is there with me. We're having some fun. I'm smoking a cigar. There you go. Later on in the evening, the wife and I are having some fun in the room. That's pretty good therapy for me. I think I can decide what I want to do right there and then. I could do that for 4 days and feel like I've been on a real retreat. Darkness, and you've had many friends that have done this. What kind of weirdo friends does that guy hang out with? That is one strange bird, dude. I mean, that's therapeutic. Yeah. I think therapeutic is getting on a really nice cruise, get a nice balcony, do it with somebody you love, kick back, relax on that balcony, looking out at the ocean, go over to the casino, gamble a little bit, have a nice dinner, walk the deck. I mean, there's a lot of therapeutic things you can do that are a hell of a lot better than being locked up in darkness for 4 days to drive yourself crazy. This is why he thinks of all this craziness, because look at the crap you're doing. Meanwhile, while this is going on, I don't know if you guys know this. Josh McDaniel is visiting every Buddhist temple. Okay. He's visiting every synagogue, every church in the world, and he's praying to every God that's out there that Aaron Rodgers will decide to come to his team and help him, because now Tom Brady has retired, and that was kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope, that kind of stuff. Obi-Wan Brady, you're my only hope, that kind of stuff. So this is hilarious how, boy, Josh McDaniel is hoping that he finds his way. So do the Jets end up with Aaron Rodgers or Jimmy Garoppolo or Derek Carr? And do the Raiders end up with Aaron Rodgers or Jimmy Garoppolo? And I would imagine he wants Aaron Rodgers because he's also more durable. Jimmy, unfortunately, suffers injuries every single year pretty much that he's played in his entire career, including this year that he missed a crap ton of games with that foot injury. It's the entire hopes of another football team lies in the balance of all of this. And think about this. The Raiders made that commitment to Josh. It's been a disaster. They've had all the other disastrous situations with the receivers, everything else, with John Gruden. And this year, obviously, choking up 13-point leads in the fourth quarter like it's going out of style. Now you also lose your quarterback, and the contract is structured where you don't have any leverage because he has the no trade clause. So you're going to be forced to release him. So you've ruined that relationship. So you really haven't created the kind of environment that anybody wants to be a part of. And now you are hanging on for dear life on a very injury-prone quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo if he becomes available, or a guy who, you're going to have to acquire. You're going to have to give up picks in order to get him, and you're really renting him for a year or two because he doesn't have a long time left. You could tell that he's Van Halen had a song in the Fair Warning album called "One Foot Out the Door," and that's what he looks like he has 1 foot out the door. It's crazy, man. By the way, speaking of Perdomo Cigars, go to the factory, 5150 Northwest 167th Street in Miami Lakes, man. 20th anniversary, 10th anniversary, the Perdomo Lot 23. There's so many great cigars. They've got a big, beautiful humidor in there with all the different types of Perdomo cigars. They've got a big, beautiful lounge there with like a 30-foot couch that is awesome, TV. And Nick Perdomo hangs out there all the time. So you might see the legend himself. You could take a selfie with him, all that kind of stuff. And maybe ask him for a tour of the factory or something they can show you. It's pretty cool, man. Perdomo Cigars, 5150 Northwest 167th Street in Miami Lakes. Tell them that Big O sent you, and a great experience. You can try Perdomo Cigars. So if you happen to be in that Miami Lakes area, right off the Palmetto and 57th Avenue, you see it right from the Palmetto when you drive by that big old beautiful building. It says Perdomo Cigars. Stop on by and enjoy the experience. And grab, by the way, a double-aged 12-year vintage. That is just absolutely awesome. The Connecticut, by the way, it is so good. A 6-year-old bourbon barrel-aged Ecuadorian wrapper. Oh, man, you got to check that out. The Habano bourbon barrel-aged. It is so good. And get the Connecticut 92 rating from Cigar Aficionado. So many great cigars. Go to PerdomoCigars.com and go to your nearest cigar shop or cigar bar anywhere in the world and ask for Perdomo Cigars. Big O, like a few on this chat have mentioned, Aaron is a strange cat, man. Guy is getting weirder by the age. Yeah. He hangs out with Bane from The Dark Knight. He was born in the darkness. King Short, you're not signing Jimmy G. You can stop with that shit. All of you stop with that shit. Somebody will give the guy a shot at starting. He's not coming here to be a backup. No, it's not going to happen. So don't move on from that. That's silly. That's silly talk at this point. I just told you, if the Raiders don't get him, they're going to get him. And or if not, somebody else is going to say, hey, Jimmy, we got an open job here for you. You want to come in and take over or compete for it? In Miami, he's not competing for anything whatsoever. He's going to be a backup and paid like a backup. He'll have a chance to get paid a decent salary with incentives for if he starts enough games and reaches certain things, he will be able to pump up his salary a lot more. That's what's going to end up happening. He'll sign like a $12-14 million deal with incentives that can push it to like 30 or something. Somebody's going to do something like that, and he'll never be able to do something like that here. Okay? I realize people do not like Rodgers, but he's no slouch. Dude is one of the greatest to ever play. Yeah, no, you're right. But remember, you're now at the I don't know, Carlos, if you're old enough, you're now at the Brett Favre point where you don't know what he's doing from year to year now. So, yeah, he's a good player, but he's a flake. So it's the flake thing. It's not really the Russell Wilson thing is, did it fall off the cliff? Does he still have it? Well, we'll find out. That's kind of the question. No one is saying, notice how nobody talks, oh, no, Rodgers can't play anymore. Nobody's saying that. What they are saying is, like, who is this guy? What does he want to do? Is every year now? It's the Brett Favre thing. And that part is, think about it. How do you build a team that way? Okay, so I'm supposed to pay you a shitload of money and give up picks, and I don't even know if you're going to play next year? Think about the Brady thing. How about if the Dolphins ended up making the trade for Brady? He has this year with the divorce and all that, and then he says, I'm done. Oh, I'll become an owner now. Shit, the Dolphins got screwed. They gave up picks for nothing. That's the part. Once football is not the priority anymore, Carlos, for these people, it becomes a real problem for you. And that's the thing. If they don't think you're completely sold out to this, it becomes harder for them to commit. And that's what you have to look at. And that's what's going on with Rodgers. It's just you don't know what he's going to do from one year to another. And he has now a point in his life where he just says whatever the hell he wants. So you could acquire the guy, and then he ends up, taking shots at your organization and you. It's really a screwed up situation. Really is. By the way, NatureBee, we tell you about NatureBee all the time. NatureBee.com, folks. NatureBee.com/Big O. All right, use that. Go to NatureBee.com/Big O. I've been telling you about NatureBee forever now, for over 20 years, 21 years now. And listen, whether it's heightened libido, whether it's boosting the immune system in a virus-filled world, allergy relief, added energy, muscle recovery, less stress, stronger nails, fuller hair, the benefits of plant pollen are endless. It is from clean, green New Zealand. It comes from Mother Nature, not, created in some factory there by some lab technician. No, this comes from Mother Nature. You can read about the benefits of plant pollen. It is etched in stone, man. And I know because I feel it every day, boosting my immune system. Listen, if you watch every day, you follow, I rarely ever have a cold, and I give it all to NatureBee for the last 21 years. Listen, I got a deal right now, 85 cents a day, to give you relief in so many different areas. A 200 cap supply right now, that's 100 days for $85. Now, we have free Manuka Honey Lip Balm. Also, we're going to give you a free Manuka Honey Lip Balm, and I use it all the time, especially when you go to cold areas or dry areas and you switch, different climates. Sometimes your body reacts differently, or maybe it's a really hot day and you're dry and you want to protect your lips. I'm telling you, the Manuka Honey Lip Balm is absolutely awesome. Go to naturebee.com/Big O. All right. And check it out for yourself. 85 cents a day. Your entire family can take it. You can take it. Your kids can take it. My daughter's been taking it since she was a child. 2 golden capsules every day. You can't OD on it. You can take 40, 50 of them. It's all natural. It's not a drug. So it's not going to do any damage to you. Although you'll be supremely protected if you take 40 or 50 of them. No, but all you need is 2 golden capsules every day. 100-day supply comes out to $85 a day. Plus, we're going to throw in right now the Manuka Honey Lip Balm for free. naturebee.com/Big O. Check it out for yourself. naturebee.com/Big O. All right. Eric Edholm is going to join us at the top of the hour. We'll have some fun with him, and we'll talk all things draft with him. He was at the Senior Bowl. We'll get the latest for him, so we'll do it. Tannehill's a backup. Why not? I don't think he can run this offense. It's you got to react quickly, and you got to have timing and anticipatory skills. I don't think he has that. Okay. So to me, I mean, as a backup, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't think he's the right fit for this offense. But who knows? We'll see. Rank these greats: Marino, Elway, Brady, Montana, Manning. I'll go Brady, Brady, Montana, Elway, Marino, Manning. Okay. There you go. Personally, I'd take Marino over everybody, but if you ask me to rank them and be objective, I got to be objective. And, I got to go with the guys that accomplished a crap ton and got to give them the respect that they, I think Marino could have won a lot of that too if he was given certain things, but he never had those kind of things. So unfortunately, I got to put him where he's at, but I still put him in front of Peyton Manning. They are currently not 32 starting caliber quarterbacks in the NFL. Tannehill is under contract, and Garoppolo will find a place to start somewhere. Yeah, but Tannehill's under contract for the moment. They'll probably, although maybe they weren't that convinced with Malik, because picking up that kid off the street and starting him, that was kind of crazy. All right, let's take a break. Give us 2 minutes, and we come back to start off hour number 3. Eric Edholm, baby, does a great job following the NFL draft for NFL.com. He is hardcore, so hardcore. He stayed all the way through the Senior Bowl game. That was strong. We'll talk to Eric when we come back to start off hour number 3 right here on the Big O Radio Show.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
Welcome to Red Light Therapy, a revolutionary technology perfected by NASA to aid in muscle strengthening and recovery. Red and infrared light has the capacity to penetrate deep into the cell's mitochondria, potentially leading to increased energy, faster recovery, and the optimal performance your body demands. Train, fight, recover.
opinions expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, there you are. How you doing, my man? Hardcore.
Yeah, you're right. I did stay through the game. I think it was my first time since Tebow played. So I don't even remember what 2010 or something like that. I mean,
I was there. I remember, dude. Every time practice finished and he was walking off the field, I swear to God, you remember it was like 100 and 150 reporters surrounding his ass.
Yeah,
it was a show.
Oh yeah,
when I saw your tweet. And by the way, you got your Twitter there. You can follow Eric there on Twitter and catch his work there at NFL.com. But I saw your tweet with the lights now shut down and you take a picture of the field. It was a cool picture, by the way.
It was.
But, like seeing it, I was like, damn, dude, hardcore. You stayed all the way through. That was strong. I stayed through when I had to do the broadcast, actually.
Right. Yes, exactly. I thought you had mentioned before that you'd done that. Yeah, I mean, if you think that's hardcore, wait till NFL Combine time when you try to call me on the Monday I have Combine Day and I say, hey, I'm still in Indy, so I've been informed. We're going to be there like 8 days.
I didn't see you at the Senior Bowl, but I'm going to track you down at the Combine for a drink.
I'm hard to miss. Yeah, so I'll be easily spottable.
Yeah. So we're gonna track you down. I got to treat you to a couple of drinks there. You're always so good.
I appreciate that.
On the show, man. I appreciate you as always. I'm looking forward to a little Combine action, actually. All right, before I get into draft stuff, as you know, the Vic Fangio has taken over, and as you know, new coaches, new scheme, new changes come with it, and some demands. And then on the offensive side, McDaniel wants that tight end that can be a two-way guy. Obviously, Gesicki will be finding another home because he wasn't the kind of guy that he really wants for his offense. On the defensive side, I think some of the things that change, they always needed to upgrade their linebackers as it is, especially that middle linebacker. But in this defense that Fangio is going to put, they need a badass middle linebacker. Yep. And I think Brandon Jones, who was improving his coverage last year, the thing is with Fangio, you have to be exceptional at coverage. Okay, and the other guy's already exceptional at coverage. So I think they might go for a cover safety also. So let's talk about a couple of those positions, including running back, tight end, safety, linebacker. Talk to me. Let's start with safety. Yep. Did you see anything that fits in the Senior Bowl? The Sidney Brown kid from Illinois was kind of interesting, but you tell me.
He was, absolutely. Sidney Brown, I think with each passing day, his brother Chase had a kind of a rough first practice. He's a running back, and his brother Sidney, I think most of the season at Illinois kind of stood in his shadow. A couple of Canadian kids too. I know the CFL at one point was hoping those guys might slip through the cracks. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But yeah, Sidney Brown, I just felt like as the week went on, you started to see the more things you can do with him. I think you could probably play him, over tight ends and backs and have him, cover those players. Not long to the point where you say, oh yeah, I absolutely could see him as against the tight end in every single situation, but he's a little short. He's 5'10" or whatever he is. But he's got a thick build, really well sculpted. I thought, he looked like a little tank as a safety there and moved very well. So yeah, he was one that stood out. Kayvon Merriweather is a good player. I'm trying to think of other guys who, kind of have that look. The kid from Cal by the end of the week, and I'm just blanking on his name right now. I can't believe it, but I thought he really kind of stood up as the week went on and had a couple plays in the game itself, which still matters. I know everyone says the practices are the goods there, but overall this year, I think it's a pretty good safety class. I wouldn't say it's an amazing one, but for the first year in recent memories, I feel like we can maybe go 6, 7, 8 deep at that position and feel like you might get a starting caliber player at that position.
Is there anybody in the draft that kind of fits that mold that Fangio's looking for, the guy that can do it all? Because you've got to be really good cover safety besides run support.
Yeah, somebody who may, you may want to check out is Ronnie Hickman at Ohio State. I think the size it meets what Fangio would look for. Kind of the diversity of roles that, the hats he wore at Ohio State, kind of did a number of different things there. Just a really solid all-around player. I don't think has any glaring weaknesses, at least what I've seen so far. I haven't talked to a ton of people about him, but I think about him. Christopher Smith's a little on the undersized side. If you're going really rich at the position, I know they have limited draft picks. Brian Branch at Alabama, I think, could be a terrific safety hybrid player, slot, outside corner if you need him to. But that's probably above where Miami currently sits.
Okay. Linebacker, for me personally, the Dayan Henley kid from Washington State. I wasn't fixated on practice as much as normal. Dude, this was the first time I was back in 3 years. So I was kind of catching up with people that I would run into, and I did a lot of talking. But I thought when I would look, that was one of those guys that would flash to me at times. So talk to me, because linebacker, again, they need a guy in the middle that can run and do all. You know what Fangio does.
Sure.
So I don't need to tell you.
Yeah, and right. Obviously we, there's still, I guess, hope for Channing Tindall to develop, and he was a player who, obviously could flourish in a different scheme with a little more time. It sounded like maybe terminology caught up to him a little bit, but yeah, I thought Henley was one of the winners of the week, and some of my NFL cohorts like Daniel Jeremiah felt the same, and I was impressed with his energy too. It was just something that kind of stood out to me watching him the first day of practice. He'd be on the sideline, really encouraging his teammates and helping guys get lined up. First of all, it was a credit to him for knowing, where they needed to be and stuff. And that was one of the first things I noticed. And then as the week went on, you could see him really feeling well, being in a position to make a play. I would say meeting the ball is his biggest trait. He takes really good angles to the ball and gets there fast. He's a fascinating player that I probably, there were about 8 or 10 guys that I came out of the week thinking I need to go back and watch him a little bit more. I was aware of him, but I didn't know a whole lot about him, and came away feeling like, he moves pretty well. Coverage is still something I want to see a little bit more of in terms of tape work. But yeah, I would say Henley really caught my eye a little bit, and I've maybe moved him up a little.
Anybody else? Henley's the kind of guy that could be there, in the 3rd round, right?
He could. Yeah, he could. I would say top 100 is this is me guessing a little bit.
They've got 2 third rounders.
Right. I think that's kind of in the whether it's the, maybe the Patriots pick or even the Miami's, I think is a little bit after that, their selection. So yeah, I would say with one of those choices, that position would be well represented, and Henley would probably still be a reasonable option there.
And any guy in the draft that you like that kind of fits the mold of the middle linebacker?
Yeah, the Alabama kid who opted out of the Senior Bowl, Henry To'o. I thought, Tennessee transfer came to Alabama. Nick Saban kind of gave him the red dot right away and sort of had him run the show a little bit. I think there are athletic concerns. Like, I don't think he's as gifted an athlete as Channing Tindall, but I think he might be a better and more refined football player at this point. It's sort of apples to oranges in a little bit, but his instincts are really good. I think better going forward than in coverage, but isn't a lost cause by any means. But he's somebody who in that, 2nd, 3rd round range, I think could intrigue somebody like Fangio.
By the way, Daniel Scott's the kid you were thinking about.
Daniel Scott, thank you. God, I just could not think of his name. Yeah.
Okay, you like him at strong safety.
Yeah, that's kind of what he is. Could he play the post? Maybe, and I think the range is good. He's obviously got a little bit of length to him too. He really showed up and had some instinctive plays in the game itself. He was a little quiet in practice early in the week, or at least I didn't notice him standing out. But another player that I would put on that, kind of be kind, rewind. Like, I need to see a little bit more of him before I stamp any kind of final determination on him.
All right. This one's kind of an odd question. it's running back. And I love the Spears kid I saw from Tulane. I think all of us liked him as the week went on. You thought more of him. But the problem I have is, and you know this, Chris Grier has a history of they don't invest high picks in running backs.
Yeah.
They don't invest big money in, I've had fans tell me, hey, they should go after Saquon. They're not going to do that, dude.
Right.
They got to re-sign Sealer. They got to re-sign Wilkins, first of all these, and they've got to move some money around. They're not going to go bring in a free agent running back. Their thing has kind of been an under the radar, and I think they're still going to bring Mostert and Wilson back because they kind of were a pretty good duo for them overall. But if they would go for a back, Myles Gaskin was late. What's it called? The kid that's bounced around all over the place in the third round from Alabama. I'm forgetting that. Anyway,
yeah.
I think wasn't he in Arizona now and is getting not Arizona.
Oh, you're thinking of Kenyon Drake?
Kenyon Drake.
Yes.
So the history under Grier has been that they're not gonna. So now, Eric, I need you to kind of focus on something that's, I guess, lesser than third round, best case scenario to later on in the draft, and they only have a couple of more picks. So did you see a guy that you would invest in the Senior Bowl that is going to be in the later to mid-round picks, or give me another name in free agency?
Yeah, good question. I think the good news is that the free agency class looks pretty loaded. So, like you said, it's a position where, maybe a couple of guys tend to get paid, right? I mean, we'll see what happens with Barkley and, Pollard and Josh Jacobs and whatever, but, even Miles Sanders for that matter. But, I mean, you could still kind of go down the list and there's, I don't know, almost like a dozen guys who maybe they're not standalone starters, but how many teams have those anymore? Right? Not many. I mean, they're usually shared positions. So there are at least half a dozen free agents. So I think, can offer some kind of value there. So some of them will slip through the cracks. And I think that kind of also applies to the draft too, as we sit here, 2+ months away from draft day. Bijan will probably go in round 1. Jahmyr Gibbs will probably be a top 40 pick. The A&M kid will really run well, I think, and go high, maybe in that James Cook kind of second round range. But, I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. Kendre Miller from TCU was banged up, didn't play in the national title game, but he's kind of a bigger back with some interesting feet. Roschon Johnson, who was down at the Senior Bowl too. Bijan Robinson's backup at Texas, who offers a ton of special teams value. I think he's going to be really good in that respect. Has some size. I mean, he's a good, thickly built kid who's got some nice feet and vision as well. Runs hard, runs downhill. I'm a big fan of his and think he could be exploited well in more of a feature role than he saw in college, where, if he was lucky, he got a dozen carries in a game, more likely, 7 to 10 or something like that. So, yeah, it really is a fascinating class. You mentioned Spears, Kenny McIntosh. I didn't think had the greatest week down there, at least coming in with expectations like he did. But, he and Eric Gray are both good Senior Bowl running backs, so I think could be available on day 3, or, at least Gray might be. There's some options. I really think if you include the underclassmen, Zach Charbonnet, Sean Tucker from Syracuse, Tank Bigsby I like from Auburn. I mean, they're Izzy Abakanda from Pittsburgh, I think, is getting slept on a little bit as a kind of a thickly built guy. So, this is a pretty good running back class this year, and it was a good group in Mobile.
It's so devalued. It's the most interchangeable position in all of pro sports. Like, mama, don't let your babies grow up to be running backs, bro.
I know.
Else.
It's cycling back in, though. I do feel like we're trending in the right direction for the run game appreciators out there. But you're right. It's still one of those positions where if you get more than one payday, good for you. I mean, that's
right.
That's hard to do.
Yeah, if you're a 2 contract guy, you are super blessed.
Yep,
that's it. Super blessed if you're a 2 contract guy. And very few, because I've had GMs that tell me, I'd rather go in the middle late rounds.
Yeah,
I'll keep them for 4 or 5 years,
yep,
and then I can move on and get the next guy and the next guy, and I could just keep it more interchangeable than me having to tie a lot of money to a position that takes a lot of pounding.
Yeah.
And so that's, you know, I can understand that.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Look how the Ravens and Patriots and other teams have done it, where they've drafted backs in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round range, used them well, let them go in free agency. They get the comp pick on the back end. I mean, it's like it's almost a free investment in some respects. So yeah, I think a lot of teams will take that approach.
All right, now let's get to the most unrealistic position sometimes with folks out there, because I always get into it with my man Omar Kelly all the time, because he's like, well, no, you know, Gesicki doesn't block, and I'm like, okay, well, 85% of the damn tight ends in the NFL can't block.
It's true.
And usually most of the great pass catchers aren't really blockers, bro. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately. And I know that that's kind of been the knock here for the last year with McDaniel, and even with Flo. He didn't even use Gesicki as much either, because he wanted a little more two-way out of his guy too. But the reality is, I didn't see anybody. At least I don't think I saw anybody in the Senior Bowl that I looked at a tight end and said, wow, great pass catcher, great blocker. Yeah, they grow on trees. No, they don't. So walk us through here. I can't give you a name I saw in the Senior Bowl. If you did see one, please tell me. But what guy or two, or is there even 3 in the draft that you would say this fits what Mike McDaniel and Shanahan and these kind of cats want, a full two-way tight end? Who's that?
Yeah, I'll disagree slightly with you, but I get the sentiment of what you're saying, and I think you're at least on the right track. There may not be Luke Musgrave came into the week with a lot of hype, the Oregon State kid who only played 2 games last year. He's not going to end up in Miami. He's going to go too high most likely, and he's too much like Gesicki. I think there will be a team out there that says we could use that. You know, there's some downfield ability, some jump ball ability. I see a little Dallas Goedert in him, maybe not quite as smooth, a little clunkier at times, but boy, I mean, he can really stretch out and get the ball. If there's somebody who fits the mold of what you didn't see down there that I saw, Payne Durham, by the end of the week, the Purdue kid, I thought was starting to look spectacular. Early in the week, didn't notice him as much. You know, felt like he was kind of getting his sea legs underneath him a little bit. He's a pretty big kid. I mean, he's played in the 260-pound range. But boy, watching him move and kind of contort his body and adjust to off-target throws a few times, Thursday's practice especially, and then early in the game as well. I mean, he made a couple, or I guess maybe the one catch was in the second half, but that's a player that I'm fascinated to kind of drill down on a little bit more, because didn't play football until his senior year of high school. Call him a late bloomer if you want to. I think that's fair. They did have a pretty good quarterback situation there, as Aiden O'Connell had a nice year for Purdue, nice couple years, I guess. So he's one that may fit that role. And
you like his blocking
during and competitive as a blocker. I think there's some work to be done. I didn't mean to step on you there, but
no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, he's got the frame and the temperament, I think, to be effective. You know, we saw George Kittle, for instance, if you want to use a Shanahan tree tight end in college, as a guy who, gave this wild effort as a blocker. And sometimes it was terrific and sometimes it was less than terrific. And he was hurt a lot too. So it's hard to really make a judgment. I'm not saying he's going to turn into George Kittle, but I at least see some role similarities to what the two of them did. Payne Durham doesn't have the yak ability of Kittle, but in terms of how they employ him as a blocker and then also as a receiver, there's at least some overlap there, I think.
Yeah, okay, but that's my point. Like, there's only a few of those in the NFL. Like every team doesn't have one. There's like 5, 6, 7 guys maybe in the NFL that can legitimately, you could say, oh, this guy's a hell of a pass catcher and a hell of a blocker. That's really tough. So is there somebody in the draft? And here's where I think that 1 second rounder or those 2 third rounders, I'm almost pretty sure they're going, if there's one, that's the thing. I haven't really delved too much into the draft yet.
Right.
Is there a guy that is going to go in that area that you say, Eric, this is a guy that can definitely become a two-way guy that Mike McDaniel will love to use?
Here's how I view the tight end position right now. We mentioned Musgrave. He could be a first-round pick, so that's obviously out of the picture. The only two, I would say, high round dual threat guys, blockers, receivers are Michael Mayer, Notre Dame, and probably Darnell Washington, Georgia, both also probably going to be out of the picture for that. I think Dalton Kincaid will probably rise to that level. He's more receiver than blocker at this point. So those four, I think, are off the board. Could we see Tucker Kraft, a kid from South Dakota State, possibly enter that range? Maybe. Luke Schoonmaker, I like him more than other people. The Michigan kid, he was out at the East-West Shrine game. I don't think he finished the week. I don't know if he had an injury or something. I have to check on that, but I don't think he played in the game. If he did, I didn't see him, to be totally honest. But he's one I really like. And the more I've watched him, the more I appreciate him as a potential dual threat guy. He's got enough length. He could put on a little weight too and strength. And I think it'd get better at blocking, but good player. He would maybe be a little bit lower than that. Sam Laporta has some receiving chops. They stress the blocking aspect there too. A kid at Iowa. Daniel Jeremiah mentioned Davis Allen at Clemson. I thought he was really quiet at the Senior Bowl, but somebody who I think NFL scouts have some intrigue with. And like you pointed out, it's a really tough position. It's a slow developing position in the NFL. If you're expecting immediate returns, I think you might be disappointed more often than not. It's just one of those spots where you often pick up a player who was let's say day 2 pick or something like that, didn't work out in his first spot, ends up in free agency and finds a role a little bit, almost like Tyler Conklin with Minnesota a couple years ago, or, people like that, where you say it's just kind of a slow boil to get where they're at. And that's why, even with a good class this year, I don't know that there are more than a handful of immediate contributors.
And by the way, I think Gesicki's going to have a phenomenal career.
I do too. Yeah.
When he'll find a place now that will use him like a receiver, like what he is. And if you use him in that way, I think he's going to be absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever he goes next, I think for the fantasy players out there, I think he's going to be one of the better fantasy tight ends next year.
He could have a 10 touchdown season. Wouldn't shock me. I mean, he's already had a couple, big ones. So,
yeah, I'm with you there. One more thing before I let you go. Tyndall, what did you think of him? Because obviously he didn't play a lot he didn't play much at all this year. But
right.
And I know fans are disappointed. I'm not one of those guys. I don't like quitting on guys early on, especially when they're good dudes and they work hard and all that. If the guy's a clown and he's, whatever, then you can't count on his maturity to be a professional, then that's always going to be an issue. But this kid looks like a good kid, a hard worker. What did you like about him? And how do you think he fits now with what Fangio is going to do?
Yeah, I mean, he's played extensively on special teams from what I saw, or at least, on multiple units there. We heard the talk that maybe the either the scheme or the terminology and just maybe the speed of things kind of held him back a little bit. And obviously, as you alluded to, I mean, entering his senior season at Georgia, he was considered kind of a fringe, maybe draftable player, but really didn't emerge till his final year. And, even then it was without the benefit of starting. I mean, he was in probably the most talented linebacker room in the country, or, them in Ohio State in 2021. So it was a projection to begin with, but it was based on very, very promising athletic traits. And like you said, passed a lot of the character tests. People felt like this is a kid you can win with. He's selfless and he's going to do whatever it takes. He's got some passion on the football field. I mean, his pursuit ability, his motor was really strong. But yeah, you could also see some of the holes in his game and why it took him a little longer to develop. So I think once he starts kind of, reacting and not thinking and all that, that's going to be big. But we know a scheme change is coming. So does that hold him back? I don't know. Vic, obviously, I'm here in Chicago. And when he arrived, he was such a big part of what Matt Nagy needed right away. They had a talented defense, but Vic really kind of brought it all together and made it a unit that in some ways carried that team this first year into the playoffs. They had obviously guys like Roquan Smith go right from college, right from Georgia, in fact, step right in and be a rookie contributor. But he also had a veteran next to him in Danny Trevathan. I believe it was Trevathan that year, who really made a difference. So it's possible that Vic either dips into a veteran option that he's had before to kind of be the the surrogate, if you will, the chaperone for a young linebacker like that. They could draft one, as we talked about, but I wouldn't be shocked if there's a guy closer to the end of his career than the beginning who ends up being maybe the cheaper veteran addition because of his smarts and because of his 2-down run stopping ability or whatever. And that wouldn't shock me if they end up appeasing Vic with that type of player.
By the way, Hunter Long, a waste now, right?
I liked him coming out too. He made some wild catches.
But wait a minute. In this offense, because remember they drafted him in the Flores era because I think he's a Flores guy actually.
Yeah,
and then McDaniel takes over. It's not the kid's fault. I'm not saying it's a waste for them now because again, dude, when you switch schemes, it doesn't mean the player is bad. It just means he's a bad fit here. It doesn't mean he can't fit somewhere else.
Yep.
So what's Hunter Long's future, dude?
Yeah, I think tight end and offensive line are tricky. Running back, I guess, could too be, depending on the scheme, right? Like you say, he's just not made for what we do. He's good, It's like you said with Gesicki too. I mean, could he make the team as a third tight end or something, and provide some depth and contribute a little on special teams? I suppose so. But yeah, maybe that's the kind of player who gets moved during the draft, during day 2 of the draft, maybe during training camp, preseason, that era. I mean, that's the kind of player that I think some other GMs will be kind of sniffing around and saying, we liked him coming out. Doesn't seem like a fit in Miami. Maybe we can pry him loose.
What's the next concert?
Good question. Boy, that is I don't know that I have anything on the books. Is that sad? Am I getting old? Is this what old feels like? I don't know, but yeah, I got 2 kids and a birthday coming up in the combine. So I've got my February and March are all of a sudden slammed. So I'll have to figure that one out. I tried to see some music in Mobile. There wasn't anything scheduled.
No, there was nothing, bro.
Nothing.
Every stinking year I go there, and I've been going for over 20 years.
I know.
I think it's been twice and once was Billy Idol, and I had to drive to New Orleans for the House of Blues.
Yeah.
So it's a 2-hour drive.
Right.
So I said, all right, what the hell? And rarely, you're hoping there's something in Pensacola. Oh, I did. I saw Steve Harris's band in Pensacola. That was the other one, which was cool. Yeah.
Cool. I mean, when you get anything nearby, you feel blessed. I was just shocked that they didn't have any bands. You'd think during Senior Bowl week at night, they'd, somebody would be coming through. But my best Mobile show, I think, was the Drive-By Truckers at that little dive bar there in the middle of like on Dauphin Street or whatever downtown.
The Garage?
Not the Garage. I can almost come up with the name of it, but dingy little club. They have about maybe 2 shows a week or something. I don't see a lot on their schedule, but I'll have to think of the name and get back to you. It's like the guy I was trying to think of earlier. Just couldn't. Cal Safety. I couldn't come up with it.
By the way, I got tickets for Metallica in Quebec.
Oh, in Quebec. All right, man. I love it.
Well,
Yeah.
Metallica's got that tour of 2 nights, no repeats.
Yes. And where they were inspired by? Hey, go look up at the Metallica Fish video. They're commenting on this would have been back in like 2017. Fish played a residency at MSG, played 13 shows in like a 15-day span, and they didn't repeat a single song throughout the tour. And Lars and those guys are reading about it, and there's a video, and they're going, how do you even do that, right? And now, obviously, I think they're trying their best to do the Metallica version of it, which I love. I think it's great.
I was here at the concert here where they did the 83, 84 albums only. So it was awesome. And Ride the Lightning is my favorite album anyway.
My favorite. Yeah,
that's the second album, and so it was Kill 'Em All and Ride the Lightning, and it was just free because it was in honor of the record owners. I forgot their names. Where they originally started with them, so it was one of those concerts, and then they started doing this, and so one night, Pantera and Mammoth are opening up,
and
then the other night is Five Finger Death Punch and Ice Nine Kills opening up. So you get the 2 sets. 2 different songs, and then you get the opening acts. So that's gonna be cool. By the way, I bought the same tickets for Mexico City in September of 2024.
Oh, beautiful. You are
Yeah,
set up, man. I think you're
Greta's opening up for that one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Greta and Mammoth. I'm a big Greta fan. So
I
do you like
I
Greta?
think you'll be treated well, man. I think that's going to be a tasty evening right there.
Dude, I've been dying to go to a metal concert in Central or South America because every time I see them on YouTube, it's like the passion in those concerts
my
are
gosh.
just, yeah.
Rush in Rio is, I know it's not metal, right? But if you go watch the Rush in Rio video, like those people are going crazy for 2.5, 3 hours. Unreal.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's pretty awesome. All right, follow him on Twitter at Eric_Edholm. Catch his work there at NFL Network. Eric, as always, very generous with your time. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you immensely.
All right, have a great day, man. See ya.
I'll see you at the Combine, bro. There you go. All right, looking forward to the Combine and seeing Eric there. Good stuff. As always, we like Eric. And he was at Yahoo, and now he's at NFL Network. So there you go. Let's see. Big O, we know last year at times McDaniel's play calling we put into question. Do you believe he was distracted because of our defense? And no, dude, he was just terrible. What does his defense have to do with challenging plays and all that? It has nothing to do with it. The defense kept him in every game. Dolphin 13, the offense lost most of those games. The defense kept them in every single game. They did their job. I don't care what anybody tells me. There was not one game where the offense was lights out and the defense was so terrible it gave up all the points and they lost. Not once. That happened with Marino 8,000 times. No. I know what it's like to watch an offense light people up and your defense sucks and gives up more points than the offense produces. I've lived that. Okay? You see, that guy there, number 13, he lived that shit over and over and over again. The Miami Dolphin offense, not one time this season went out there. The only time it happened, actually it happened twice in a half. Baltimore and what was the other one that they came back from? Oh, God, what was it? Help me out here. Detroit. Baltimore and Detroit, that the defense was so bad in the first half, gave up all those points. What happened in the second half? Oh, they shut them down and allowed the offense to get back and win the game. Something Marino rarely ever had that luxury. You know, some of you guys, you have no perspective because you're too young and you haven't lived everything. And you don't realize, you have no idea what it's like watching an offense light people up and your defense give up games all the time. Just like the opposite was true during Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas and Sam Madison, that we would watch a defense limit a team to 15, 17, 22 points, 23, and the damn offense can't score with a fistful of dollars in a whorehouse. This is the part that sometimes I really question what kind of football you guys are really watching. And then sometimes I also say, how young is this person? And if you're my age and you're saying that shit, then I really question what the hell you know. Because if you lived Marino, then you know what it's like to have a defense that is just a sieve the entire goddamn time. And the only time it happened to this team was in a half. And then they corrected in the second half and shut their asses down and did their job. I don't know what more you want. The defense, you guys can pick on Josh Boyer all you want. The offense and Mike McDaniel lost a shit ton of games. And they lost it on their own. Had nothing to do with Tyreek Hill and Trent Sherfield dropping a touchdown on the same drive. It has nothing to do when you're running the ball at 7 and 9 yards a carry and all of a sudden you decide not to run the ball anymore. It doesn't have anything to do with you putting Braylon Sanders in a position that he was not ready to succeed in. That falls on McDaniel. It has nothing to do with the defense. You know why? The defense was doing its goddamn job. Some of you really zero perspective. Zero reality. Oh, you should have asked Eric about nose tackle prospects, given the importance on Fangio's. They have one in Raekwon. I don't think that they're going to use like a big pick on that. I think they will use Raekwon to then elevate him. You know, Paul Soliai, this was the year Paul Soliai figured it out, year 4. And guess what's coming up for Raekwon Davis? Year 4. So maybe now he has somebody that can take him to the next level. If they get anybody, it's going to be a seasoned veteran like they've had or something like that, or somebody that's played for Fangio. That's a rotational guy. But I doubt that they're going to spend a high pick on that. Plus, I've got months to talk about all that stuff. So, you know, we got in 1/2 hour of a great conversation. You should appreciate that. But then again, half of you don't appreciate jack shit. You really don't even understand all the work we go through. Big O, I think we should move on from Boyer. Yeah, well, some of you out there need to move on yourselves. Oh, I just watched some of the Clown Show Twitter hearings, and now I want to go on darkness retreat. My favorite thing is when Big O goes off on the fan base. 1983 and counting for me. Same old Miami. Can't get a full team together. Thank you, Brent. Thanks for some common freaking sense. Really helps out, man. Really helps out when you got common sense. You know, that always kind of puts you over the top. Common sense is hiring Welton Rayom, too, for all kinds of things. Listen, you live in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach counties, 954-966-4646. Bankruptcy, homeowner property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. Something's going on, man. You're in a condo and somebody's other condo had a flood or something and it caused damage to you. Don't call the insurance company first. Call my guys at Welton Rayom. They have their own adjusters. And they're going to take on the insurance. Don't call the insurance company. Have the lawyers call the insurance company. That changes everything. They know they can't F around. When they hear you call, they're going to take advantage of you. Do you know all the laws in Florida? Do you know all the loopholes? They do. And they want to take advantage of you. I know because I saw it firsthand. And as a married man, you know, sometimes when you got a wife, yeah, there are battles and wars you fight. And then there are some that you say, you know, I'll let this one go. And she wanted to call the insurance company. And then when she noticed that the insurance company was railroading her, she then said, oh, I'm frustrated. I then said, you're not calling them ever again. Let me call Jeff and Dan. And Welton Rayom took over and crushed the crap out of Progressive Insurance. And by the way, they do this to insurance companies all the time. Insurance companies have a lot of money, have a lot of powerful lawyers. They have their adjusters. They're all working for them, not for you. Nobody works for you. Welton Rayom is working for you. Okay? All right? They're not going to get paid if you don't get paid. So call them. Call them for a free consultation. You don't have to go to the office. You can talk to them by phone. So if you've had some kind of storm issue, condo issue, home, you had a bunch of kids think that they're fast and furious and go through the wall of your house like we did, you call Welton Rayom, 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. They're in Hollywood, and they can help you anywhere in South Florida. By the way, they also have an office in the Keys. So my friends in the Keys, you've got some issues there. You call Welt and Rayom first before you call that insurance company. And once that insurance company sees that they're dealing with Welt and Rayom, trust me, you're going to be in great hands. I know. They were offering us 1/5 of what we got. Okay? So Welton Rayom did some ass kicking. 1/5 of what we originally ended up getting. That's crazy. That's how badly they want to take advantage of you. Do not let them take advantage. Do not settle for less. Call Welton Rayom, 954-966-4646. By the way, when sports and business collide, we love doing one thing, and it is called the KSDT CPA. Sports Business Report. The power of the NFL is absolutely sick. The Pro Bowl, the revamped Pro Bowl, obviously, flag football, catching water balloons, all that dodgeball, 6.2 million viewers. Now, it's a 7.5% decrease from last year, which was at 6.7 million viewers, so 500,000 less. The rating, 3.35. Okay. These are numbers that Major League Baseball, NBA, the NHL would salivate to have. This is 6.2 million is 12 times, maybe 13 or 14 times the amount of viewers that the MLS would get for their MLS final. That is just, I'm not surprised. Okay. I'm not surprised that, people hang around and watch this stupid shit because it's crap. Okay. But we are so in love with football that we will watch anything that they're doing, anything, because it's this drug that we must have all the time. High school, college, NFL, the love we have for this game does not compare to anything else, man. They can put whatever they want on television, and if it has an NFL logo and there's going to be NFL players on it, we're going to watch. I'm not necessarily going to watch myself. I did watch the flag football game for a minute, and then I can't watch flag football at any level, as I've told you. To me, flag football is boring as shit. It's crap. Really is. It's terrible. But this shows you the power of the NFL, that they could have flag football and you're going to watch it with no problem whatsoever. And you're going to keep feeding the monster that is the NFL. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Some of you live, that's why you're fans, you're fanatical, you have little logic whatsoever, like Stephen Harris. Well, not Stephen Harris, where is it? Devin Jordan, who we love, but Devin, I'm not sure if you're, drinking a little bit right now. You're smoking some bad weed. Could the Dolphins get Dalvin Cook? No. Maybe we can trade Byron to Flores to get Cook in return. No. Okay. Nobody wants Byron Jones. Nobody's going to trade for Byron Jones, especially with that salary, and especially when they know Miami will be forced to cut him, and they'll cut him in June, which most of the cap will be dried out around the NFL, so he will not be able to get a big deal, and most teams know that. So then you can get him even cheaper without giving up any compensation. And then the other thing is they're not going after Dalvin Cook if he's a free agent or whatever. I think he is a free agent, actually. They don't do that stuff. So they're not signing Saquon. They're not signing Dalvin Cook. That's not who they are. So it's just not realistic. And the Byron Jones thing, they're done, bro. They have to release him. That's the reality. If Chris Greer is able to trade Byron Jones, then that guy needs a 20-year extension, is what he needs. Yes, sir.
Did you see the tweet I sent you from Barry Jackson?
No, I'm sorry.
The Dolphins are hiring Butch Barry as their new offensive line coach per league source. He was the Denver offensive line coach last year. Has worked in San Francisco, Green Bay, Tampa. Replaces Matt Applebaum.
Okay, so they got an NFL O-line coach to replace a college O-line coach. Okay. All right. All right. And he's worked in San Fran, so he knows San Fran, Green Bay, Tampa. Okay. All right. That's they got a little Butch. Okay. So Butch Barry, new O-line coach for Miami. Okay. All right. And he coaches the scheme that he came from. So that kind of helps. Okay. All right. Makes a lot of senses. I like it. Good move. Barry always working hard. What else do we have going on? By the way, I haven't checked the market in a while here. What's going on with the market? Up, down, just under, again, 22,954. We're right there. Polygon at 133. I love it. Immutable X still over $1. Damn, it got up to like $1, 18, 19 or something like that. It's at $1.02 now. It went from 44 cents. It has climbed like crazy, man. Impressive. What else do we have? Man, some coins are all right. Algo is up, approaching 30 cents now. Okay. So Algorand moving. Got some coins moving. Some are moving, some are grooving. I like it. Where's the market at? All right, Dow's down 149 points. The S&P's down 39. All right. Big O, who's your Super Bowl pick? I'm going Kansas City. Kansas City. Tyson says, thank you, Big O, because folks acting like Boyer's the worst, and he did the best with what he had with a scheme predicated on secondary. I know. Let's see. We're coming for the division crown, Buffalo. Bye, Felicia. If they stay healthy, I think the Dolphins can definitely make some noise and win the division, man. I'm sorry. I'm not the guy that is all negative about this season like it was the worst and all that. No, I think they just need luck to stay away from a few more injuries. Especially Tua's got to learn how to, get rid of the football. And then Mike McDaniel's got to be a better game day coach. You already improved. You got one of the best defensive coordinators in the business. So hopefully the offensive line coach helps out a little bit more and the staff becomes better. And that's one thing that we got to give McDaniel credit, because you now added a Fangio and you added an NFL O-line coach that knows your scheme and all that. And was pretty, has been successful in the past. So here you go. Hopefully this is an upgrade over Applebaum, who came from college. I just think that things will get better. If you follow our show for many years now, I have not been very positive about the Dolphins for a long, long time. Long time. Many, many years. A couple decades. And to me, I'm super positive about what's going on now because I really feel they're headed in the right direction. I just think they got smacked down with every possible bad thing that can possibly happen to you last year. And I'm just hoping that they can avoid that, get a little better luck, and then watch a young coach grow. And if the young coach grows, then I think sky's the limit, man. I really do. I'm not that guy that, oh my God, the Dolphins are miles away like they've been in the past. Look how they played Buffalo, even completely injured with a third quarterback in the playoffs. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not falling for any of that crap. And people want to make it, like the sky is falling and all that, and same old Dolphins. Bull crap. This ain't the same old Dolphins. I completely disagree. I love this front office. I love this young coach. He does piss me off on game day, and he better fix that. But outside of that, I think he has all the potential to become one hell of a coach. And he's entitled to, going through some some speed bumps. He's entitled to make mistakes because he's a young coach. He's got to figure things out. None of us are perfect right from the get-go. So I'm willing to watch him grow, but he shows me more potential than any of the coaches that I've seen in a Dolphins uniform. And to me, the three guys in the front office are absolutely awesome. I just think we're headed in the right direction. It's hard to be patient with all the crap that's gone on over the years, but I just have a good feeling about these guys and about what's happening. I just think they need a couple of breaks. That's all. And we'll see. So time will answer all, my friends. Salvon Ahmed was a good backup. You know, Zach Morgan, maybe while we're all thinking, oh, you got to go get a running back, they might just bring back the same three guys. Because if you improve the offensive line by a couple of guys staying healthy and playing well, and then let's just say, entertain me, okay, for craps and giggles, as they say. Just entertain me here. Let's say Tua, the light goes on, and he figures out, okay, quick decisions. Let's make quick decisions, and he has a healthy year. If he has a healthy year and the line improves, then all three running backs will run even better. And the one thing that we all cannot deny is Mostert was excellent. Jeff Wilson was very good. And Salvon Ahmed, as Mr. Morgan brings up, was ready every single time you gave him the ball. Every single time. So as much as I can talk about running backs, you could talk about running backs, we could talk about free agent running backs, we could talk about drafting running backs, all of that stuff. If you improve everything else, the offensive line coach, the offensive line, the quarterback stays healthy, then your running backs are going to be much better. And they were pretty good last year considering what was going on. Considering, how about this? Maybe when your running backs and your offensive line is working and you're gouging the other team, you actually, as a coach, stay with it. Another way you can help your offensive line and your running backs. So what Zach brings up is also what could be the reality. While we talk about Saquon and Dalvin Cook and we're talking about rookie running backs, Senior Bowl, draft, all this kind of stuff, those guys in the front office might say, we're tight. We're good in the running back department. We're going to bring back those three guys. We like those three guys as a three-headed monster. We just need to improve the other aspects of it. How do you argue with that? Right? Plus, Mostert's manageable. Can't ask for a big salary. Jeff Wilson's salary, manageable. Can't ask for a big salary. Salvon Ahmed has no chance of asking for a big salary. I don't even know. He might be still under contract. I don't know. But whatever he signs, it's minimal. It's not really a big deal. So none of them are real cap type of, impacts that it's going to create problems for you. You know what I'm saying? So Zach could be on to something by talking about Ahmed, and I just wanted to follow up and say, hey, the reality might be they might go in all kinds of other directions and bring back the same three guys. Because I don't think it'll be Gaskin. I think they like Ahmed clearly. It's the guy they used. And to Salvon's credit, every single time that kid, he answered the bell. I can't ever say a bad thing about Salvon Ahmed. Just like Myles Gaskin. I think those guys have been solid football players, true professionals. They haven't, they get opportunities and then they take them away. And then, and they've kind of been jerked back and forth. And in the process, they've been pros, dude. So I got nothing but respect for those two young men. I'm not telling you they're phenomenal and they're great or whatever, but the professionalism that they showed, exceptional. I got to say. So to follow up on Zach's point, not just Salvon Ahmed, he did a solid job, but those three guys are all worthy of coming back. And if you improve the periphery around the running back, then the running backs become that much better. John Geeb, thank you, sir, for the love on the super chat. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show, and you can send a Bitcoin donation. You know, loves me some Bitcoin donation. John says most fans don't truly understand football. They get stuck on names and not finances. And the fact that your guys are actually great for your system and Miami got their money's worth out of them. Exactly. Well, actually, I think the Mostert deal and the Jeff Wilson deal, they got more than their money's worth. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you got to look at it that way sometimes too. There has to be a business decision tied to it to justify this salary and the production that you're trying to get out of the player. So I agree that is incredibly important. Mostert was close to breaking a huge TD on many occasions last year, and he ran harder than I never looked at him as a tough running back, and yet he was a tough running back and ran hard, dude. You know. Let's see. Arnaldo says, I agree. Big O. Henley would be a very nice pickup for us. That was the O-line coach for UM in 2019. Ouch. I'm not going to, blame the O-line coach for the talent that was around him, So I'm not big on that. I'm gonna trust the guys that are making the decisions. Sometimes you're a better coach than what's given you, but you do what you can do with what you have. Brent says 4.3 yards a carry average with what we had. Unless you can get a McCaffrey, then move on. Exactly. Big O, I'm not saying anything bad about McDaniel, but Adam Gase did the same thing. Just focus on offense and let someone else handle the defense. I think the difference on this team is Chris Greer. Well, not only that, but Adam Gase also had no people skills. So that's also not good too. Whereas all these guys, they have people skills, Jesus Christ. Thoughts and prayers in Quebec. 2 children have died and 6 others were taken to an area hospital. Injuries after a city bus drove into a daycare center in the Montreal suburb. My Lord. Wow. Can you imagine being those parents and those kids going through that? That is, wow. What else do we have here? Thomas says Miami definitely not getting their money's worth in postseasons. Yeah. Well, this postseason they did. Considering how injured up that team was, they did. Josh Hart says we need to call Ronnie Brown and Ricky Williams back. LOL. Mostert seemed bigger than when he was a Dolphin years ago. Just he looked like a better player, That's for sure. Big O, that bus driver is charged already, sadly. I mean, I just saw that come across and I'm like, Jesus. Damn. Rough. Crazy stuff in this world, ladies and gentlemen. Crazy stuff. McDaniel is a fool. Chance to hire a legit O-line coach in Munchak, but instead he brings his buddy from San Francisco in. Broncos O-line sucked last year. Amazing hire. Tuca, the problem is, my brother, you have no information. So you run your mouth like a freaking idiot and you sound like a dumbass. He has family in California on the West Coast. He's going to coach for the Rams. Okay? If you listen to this show, hasn't been said yet, right? Has it come out yet? Did anything come out yet, Sean? I heard Rams because he has family there. Okay? So that's what's happening. He wasn't coming here. He's not coming all the way to the East Coast. He was staying on that side. So, you got to know the information. That's why. Fangio has his mother here in Florida, his family in Philadelphia. That's why he's consulting. And he has a girlfriend who's a doctor in the left coast. So he chose to be here on the east side with the family so he can be with his mom, and then the girlfriend will then fly over. There are other factors at times in these decisions, especially with older coaches that have been around, like Munchak already has been around a long time. He's done everything. So he's not looking to, oh my God, I got to break the bank and all that. Lifestyle for him is more important. So if his family's on the left coast, then he's going to try to take a job on the left coast. And I'm told the Rams, because that's close to family. When you don't have the information and you open your mouth, you sound freaking stupid.
Save your brain cells. Stupid chat. Stupid chat. Stupid chat.
So before you go hammering Mike McDaniel in the defense, I'll hammer your ass instead for being a dumbass that's misinformed. Okay? So how do you like that? You were picking on somebody for no reason at all, but now I'm picking on you for every reason that there is out there. Okay? Big O, we love the blind ass fan alert. Thank you, sir. That was a stupid chat, not a blind ass fan alert. That was a stupid chat. Okay? Because it's like, follow the show, man. We try to give you the information. We try to unearth stuff. We try to give you the right angles to all this stuff. A lot better than most. That's for damn sure. So stay actually paying attention. You know what? Some of you out there, you might need to get off just watching or listening to segments. Because in between the interviews, there's stuff that is said and talked about and news broken, or we enlighten you on something and give you a breakdown like what we did when this gentleman was asking about Ahmed. And I said, hey, man, you guys got to think of the other side of it. And I explained to you why you can keep all three professionally and fiscally, and why it's might be even more responsible in the end, and why it might even work because of all the elements around it that need to be, either corrected or you need a little luck with people staying a little bit more healthy. That's kind of what we do on the show. It's not just about the interviews, but it's everything else. Some of you out there, you really need to watch the show. If Barry was coaching the type of line that was being built at the U now, he would have of course, man, please. Yes, sir. The Sean Allen.
Well, I don't want to, Benjamin Albright. He's a friend of the show.
Yes,
right?
Sir.
Covers the Broncos, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Butch Barry came from the Broncos, correct?
Yes, sir.
He sends out a tweet.
Not a good one. I guess not a good one.
Never want to celebrate someone losing their job, but I will say that the firing of offensive line coach Butch Barry was a welcomed move in the Broncos locker room.
Wow. Okay, so he's not saying necessarily that the guy was a terrible coach, but I guess
he's not saying perform. Maybe he's got the same mentality as Fangio. What he said about Fangio, right? He said most people are not going to get along with him right away because he's going to be busting their balls.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. That is funny. I'm trying
he doesn't say anything about performance or anything else. He just said it was a welcome move. That's kind of where he ended it at.
I can see. You know what? Isn't it Albright NFL, or is it NFL Albright? What is his handle? What's his handle?
Albright NFL.
Did they? Oh, wait a minute. It must be only one. Is it one L?
No, 2 L's. Albright NFL.
Okay. There it is. Damn it. I know, because he follows me. I follow him. Okay.
Where is it here? Is it a couple of down?
Somebody he posted it on I guess when Butch Berry was let go by the Broncos in December of 2022. So when they actually let him go, he posted this, and then somebody reposted it under Berry's thing. It was from the 28th of December.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
Because
right.
when they let him go originally, not like it wasn't a replay of this. Sorry.
Right. No, I got it. All right. You know what? Let me ask him something. Okay. Hey, when you doing the wrestling show? Tell him. Let's go.
I've got to figure it out because I've taken another step in a possible the Sean Allen return.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm in the gym. I'm down 10 pounds so far.
Nice.
So I'm trying to get there. So yeah, just I think it's gonna probably be Tuesdays again because that's the only day that's really available because now Thursdays we have the night at the casino because it's either Tuesday or Thursday because the big shows are on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So it'll probably be a Tuesday night. It'll be a spectacular. Just stand by.
Okay. All right. So we got
I'll have the veggie burger and the sweet potato fries, and it'll be great.
Okay. All right. All right. The new Sean Allen, the Sean Allen. All right. Coming back. I like it. I like it. I just can't wait to see, the whole set. Everything.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
Did you get some of that? Did you get the stuff you needed already or what?
No, I should have it hopefully by the end of next week before. So the first show will probably go off without it, but then we will get it up in the studio.
Okay.
I can't keep it away from the audience anymore. The Square Circle Digest has to return.
Come on, bro. The hell's wrong with you? Of course the Square Circle Digest has to return. Needs to return and stronger than ever. Brett Dodger says, Big O knows wrestling. You damn right. I am maybe the greatest analyst of all time. There's no doubt about that.
Second greatest.
That's right. Yeah. Second greatest. Red Skelton. I thought you were dead. Truthfully, I've coached in Fort Myers and North Carolina, and great players make coaching easier. Newsflash, but there's some wisdom in there. I know Eagle have 3 guys with double-digit sacks. We'll have Mahomes on the run. Well, they have a pretty decent line, and they'll get rid of it quickly. They're not going to hang on to the ball a whole bunch. Okay? I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, a little music stuff I ran into today. Besides telling you about the concert coming up earlier in the show. Today, on February 8th, in 1969, Eric Clapton, Ginger Baker, and Steve Winwood, what a group, announced the formation of a new group with the addition of Family's Rich Grease on bass. The quartet became Blind Faith. Amazing. In 73 on this date, Max Yasgur died of a heart attack at 53. The dairy farmer owned Bethel, New York site where the original Woodstock Music and Art Festival was held in 1969. That town should have erected, or maybe they do and I don't even know about it, but they should have erected a Woodstock museum. I think that would have been kind of cool in that town, after everything and everything that town went through with all that. Obviously hindsight's 2020, and you don't even at that moment you don't know how big that festival was going to be and how highly regarded it was going to be held as the ultimate outdoor festival of all time. greatest lineup of all time, all that kind of stuff. But if you think about it, if you could have gotten from memorabilia to pictures and all kinds of stuff, you could have created one incredible Woodstock museum there. And I think that would have been like something that people would have flocked to see for many years to come. In 1980, on this date, David Bowie finalized his divorce from Angie Bowie. The singer won custody of their son Zoe, but had to pay his ex $51,000 settlement. Let's see. This is typical. In 94, Oasis was forced to cancel their first foreign tour after they were deported from Holland. The guys were involved in a drunken brawl on a cross-channel ferry. Some band members were arrested and had to be locked up in the brig on the ferry. Oasis is such a disaster, man. Such a disaster. Jesus. And they were so good. It's a shame. No, you're not the Beatles. Okay? All right, Gallagher? Liam or Ian or whatever. I don't care which one of you thinks. You're not the Beatles' bottom of their shoes. But you were a hell of a band. I'll give you that. In 2006, U2 were the big winners at the Grammys, taking home 5 trophies, including one for Album of the Year and Rock Album of the Year for How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. They also won Best Rock Song for City. The City of Blinding Lights. And in the last tour, when they did City of Blinding Lights, that was such a beautiful scene with the white poles all over the place and everything. That is such a great song. City of Blinding Lights, as well as Best Rock Performance by a Duo or Group, and Song of the Year for Sometimes You Can Make It on Your Own. That is what happened today in music history. All right. What else do we have? To talk about. Oh, yeah. There's something about we have a saying in Spanish that's called equivocado, right? Oye, estás equivocado. Chico, estás equivocado, and it's like you're mistaken. Now, it sounds a lot better in Spanish than it does in English when you say you're mistaken. You're still correcting somebody or something, but it's just a little bit more intimidating in Spanish when you say you're un equivocado, like you've got a lost sense of reality, basically, is what you're telling somebody in Spanish. Like you have no sense of who you really are, where you stand in life, or things like that. And most Cubans would call Kyrie Irving un equivocado, a guy that has just this misconception of himself and who he is and what he means and all this bullshit. So Kyrie Irving now in Dallas. And so he was talking to the media. He says, for me personally, sitting in this seat today, I just know I want to be in a place where I'm celebrated, not just tolerated, or you just know, kind of dealt with in a way that doesn't make me feel respected. There were times throughout this process when I was in Brooklyn where I felt disrespected. Well, how about not crapping on an entire religion, you asshole? How about that? How about not being such an irresponsible and just dumbass punk? How about that? Maybe they won't treat you, or in other words, maybe they won't just tolerate you. See, the problem is you want to be celebrated no matter what you do, but with what you do comes consequences. Look at LeBron James. Never did anything as stupid, as insulting or disrespectful like Kyrie Irving. He's way too smart for that. But
He has carried himself in a non-professional way in other ways that were childish. Kyrie Irving is freaking ignorant. From flat earth to obviously liking a book that pretty much, craps on the Jewish religion, which, like, okay, so how do your owner's Jewish, dude. What do you expect? How do you expect people to treat you? Misconception, un equivocado. That's what he is. I've told you, bro, many times over. I hope there's a day where he gets out of line with somebody on the court and they beat the crap out of him. Because for me, that's the kind of guy that needs a nice ass kicking, because maybe his punk ass will like wake up or something. It really is like, you want to be celebrated, bro? Carry yourself the right way. Respect people. You've done and said a lot of stupid ass stuff. And that's why you're just tolerated. And by the way, they're not going to love you in Dallas. They're going to find ways to tolerate you because nobody can trust you. So you haven't been treated the way you wanted to be treated because you haven't earned it. We're going to treat Steph Curry that way. We're going to treat Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that way. We're going to treat certain people that way. We're going to treat Donovan Mitchell that way. But they've carried themselves differently. They don't go insulting races or religions or sexual, and I'm not saying that he did that to every walk of life or anything, but we already have the case. And he said a lot of other ignorant stuff and retweeting the Jones guy, which is like, that's disgusting. Seriously, dude. You're retweeting this guy from InfoWars? Come on, man. So this is why you're just tolerated. Because you're a freaking idiot, dude. You don't carry yourself the right way. Bam will have respect for the rest of his life because he carries himself the right way. It's really amazing to me. And then he goes, he added, I left them in fourth place. I did what I was supposed to do. I took care of my teammates, was incredibly selfless. It really like leaving them and abandoning them during the season because of your weak ass vaccine stance. Listen, if you can easily say it's not a big deal, then you can also say, well, I'll take it. It's not a big deal. If you don't believe in it or whatever, so then just take it. It's a vaccine. What's it going to do to you? Nothing. We've been taking vaccines since we were kids. You couldn't go to school without a measles vaccine and without what was the other one that we had to have? There was like a couple that we had to have. Vaccines has been a part of our lives. Make it a big deal. That's not selfish. That's as selfish as it gets. And my approach to leading, I just want to do all the right things for myself, not to appease anybody. Well, then you're not a leader. You're not a leader. Leaders work for everyone and themselves. But leaders are supposed to be working for everyone. It's the things you don't get. Kyrie Irving, un equivocado, is what he is. That's what he is. Just there's some things about some of these people that are just ridiculous, man. It really is. Yes, Kyrie does have $1 billion talent and a 3-cent brain. Amen to that. That is one of the most ignorant, dumbass mofos I've ever seen in my life. Oh, the Alex Jones retweet, and you think the air is flat, and you go and he probably never really watched the movie or anything. And man, listen, everybody fights for their rights, right? You're fighting for the rights of some
forest that you don't want to be torn down and destroy the wildlife and all that just because they want to build condos. You fight for that. You fight because you don't want a certain plant that is going to be emitting all kinds of smoke into the air and all that, and you protest and you might get arrested. And you fight for the LGBT community, whether you are in the LGBT community or you have friends or family members and you want to go for that protest. You fight for black rights. We fight for blue rights. We fight for whatever it is, you name it, we fight for it. Equality, women's pay. There's so many things that we fight for in life. And I understand that. And for Kyrie, I would understand that too. And if maybe some issues in that book is covering some issues in the black community, then God bless you, bro. Then yeah, back it up. But you got to also understand the context of it. If it's also destroying another culture in place to talk about your cult, that already tells you that's not a good scene. None of us should be trying to better one culture or one religion while tearing down another. That's disgusting. Okay, are we going to be about human beings? Because human beings come in all shapes, sizes, colors, sexes, sexual orientations, whatever it is. You can't control what people want to be or how they feel or where they come from or what religion they practice or all those kind of things, but you should respect it. And then if you're going to like something, make sure it's not something that is insulting another religion, another race, another sex. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense. We don't tear down each other to better ourselves. That's just not the way we do it. Okay? We help each other so we all rise together. And that's the part that obviously Kyrie and many other people don't understand, because they refuse to see people for who they are and what they've been through. And especially, if anything, a black man should be relating more to a Jewish person than anyone else. Jesus Christ. Those are two cultures that have been absolutely decimated and mistreated forever, dude. They should relate more than anything else. And here's Kyrie Irving being an asshole and, creating more problems. So, and then the ignorant stance you take behind it, which just doesn't help. I don't get it, man. So, let's see. I think Big O with equivocado with Tanner Conner, but only time will tell. I mean, Tanner Conner is young, bro, raw. We have no idea what that guy does. He's just a speedster. We'll find out this coming year if he can actually, develop into anything. But that's something that didn't really cost you a draft pick or anything like that, from what I remember, right? He's just like a project that they picked up. So we'll see. Tua has been a natural right-hander, but taught to throw left-hander, but not taught to fall as a left-hander. Does that lend any credence? No. Tua's got to just learn how to get rid of the goddamn ball quickly, bro. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with left or right. It has to do with this right here. Stop thinking that you're Josh Allen or Pat Mahomes or Russell Wilson or Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts or Justin Fields. You can't run. You're not those guys. And that's it. And the faster he starts to realize that he's a statue back there, so he needs to just make quick decisions. Buy himself some time by moving a step over or a step back or slide back or forward and get rid of the ball. That buys you a millisecond, the same thing Marino or Peyton or Brady or Breeze would do. He can be just like those guys. He can be a Hall of Famer. He can have a great career. He can do the same thing. Those guys weren't running around buying time. They just found somebody quickly and made a decision. That's what he's got to do. The decision's not there, throw it away and live for the next play. Why? Because they're all smart enough to make plays and beat you from the pocket. And when you're smart enough and you can read defenses, you'll be able to beat anybody from the pocket. That's just the truth. Devin again, thank you, sir. Oh, would you replace Lowry with Westbrook? That won't do anything. Another guy that can't shoot threes in a 3-point league. That's what I've been talking about, Devin. I love the Heat organization. They're fantastic, but they've made a lot of bad decisions lately. And you're in a 3-point shooting league, and you keep building teams with players that can't shoot threes. Kyle Lowry, Russell Westbrook, Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo. That shit don't fly. That's why you're not going to win a championship. That's why you're not going to challenge. You can kill yourself and play defense and all that, but you can't shoot. And this is a shooting league. This is a team that was built for the 90s, not the 2020s. So Russell Westbrook does nothing for you. He hasn't been efficient ever in his life, and he can't ever shoot threes. This team needs to be able to spread things out, and they cannot. So their bigger problem is that they don't have the right stars. You can only have one of those three guys on your team. Why do you think I keep saying trade Butler? And obviously you got to get rid of Lowry, because you can't have Bam with another guy that can't shoot threes. Now you can have Bam because he's awesome and he does everything. He's taking that next step forward now, but Bam needs to be surrounded by guys that can shoot. You know, it's what Van Gundy did with Dwight Howard. It's what Miami did with LeBron and Wade, that they went and got Battier and they got Ray Allen and they made Bosh improve his threes. And so they had more guys that can shoot threes because you have to be able to spread it out. Shaq had a few 3-point shooters too that he could count on. Enzo, because those guys weren't going to fill it, and neither was Dwayne. But you needed other guys to hit some shots, and they had some guys. You gotta have more offense, man. That's the problem with Miami. Why do you think I'm saying tonight? There's no way I can lay the 6.5 because I can't trust them. Frankie Fresco says, "Oh, thank you for the love in the super chat, Frankie. Would Mike McDaniel be on a short leash if we don't make the playoffs this upcoming season?" Depends. Excuse me, but I don't think that they'll fire him because it's only year 2. But it won't be a good look. Okay? It won't be a good look. All right, we are out of here. We thank Omar Kelly, Ira Winderman, Kurt Heelan, and Eric Edholm. We will get Matt Verderam either tomorrow or Friday, so we'll work on that. We thank Sean Stanley, of course, who masters this program every single day. We will see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.
Get me back. There we go. Hey, I hope you haven't left yet. Okay? Because I got some news for you.
Is this like coming through the credits?
Yeah, this is like coming through the credits. Exactly. So see, you got to hang on all the way to the end of the show here. Okay? All right, so wait a minute. I just want to make sure here because this is want to make sure. All right. Apparently the players were not a big fan of the new offensive line coach for the Miami Dolphins. I just want you to know because I had to reach out and I'm waiting for Benjamin, but I got somebody else. And okay, now I got one from Benjamin. Hold on. He's an idiot. He got fired mid-season for incompetence. Never spoke to him, but the players hated him, openly laughed at him, and called him a joke. When Hackett was fired, the first thing interim head coach Jerry Rosenberg did was fire him, and the players applauded it when it was announced at the team meeting. This is the kind of insight you're not going to get anywhere, by the way. So, wow. This hire is not going over well with the insiders that I know. Butch Barry, and let me tell you, Ben Albright is well connected. So he's an idiot. He got fired mid-season for incompetence. I never spoke to him, but the players hated him, openly laughed at him, and called him a joke. When Hackett was fired, the first thing interim head coach Jerry Rosenberg did was fire him, and the players applauded when it was announced at the team meeting. So, just in case, if you were asking and wondering about Butch Barry, the reviews are in, and the reviews are not good. Okay, I think now I'm done. I think we've left you with a bomb. See you guys tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show.